the coalition.
Kule katika ile timu nyingine, number 1, kiti ya number 1 imeenda, kiti ya number 2 imeenda, ya number 3 imeenda. Sisi tuko number 20 katika listi ya ile pande nyingine. Lakini katika hii timu ya William Ruto tuko number 2. Nimeona wameanza kufanywa madharau. Mimi nimeona wameanza kufanywa madharau. Mimi nataka kuambia ndugu zangu wale wameonyeshwa madharau, wakuja tufanye kazi pamoja.
A U.S. judge in New Mexico has ordered Meta to pay another $567 million for its failure to warn the public about dangers its platforms pose to children, marking the largest ruling against the company over child safety. The judge on Thursday said the social media giant is a public nuisance similar to air pollution and that it must put the money in a fund aimed at reducing future harms. The ruling is in addition to $375 million in fines Meta was already ordered to pay in the case, for a total of $942 million. And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga.
In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast. Curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast. Your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights. Radio Generation.
A very good morning to you in the Beningingi, in the Nimindingingi. There was the People's Breakfast with the Beninging in the Nimindingingi.
There was the morning breakfast.
There was the People's Breakfast. And here is Siti Muga and Mungana Mbuvi. It's a Friday. How are you doing? Siti uko vipi lakini?
Sawa kabisa.
Maisha inakutreat namna gani?
Vizuri sana.
Ninaona inakutreat poa kwa sababu uko mzima.
Umecheki.
Leo hautetemeki kama zile siku zingine. Hausemi baridi this, baridi that. No. Hausemi sijui nani hajakuja wapi, hajakuletea nini. Yaani uko fiti.
You know the story of the baridi.
Yes.
Once you say it twice, if the idea was to get people to hear,
they've heard.
Yes, well,
yeah. But I had one more sentence about it. Yeah.
Yes.
So as much as you're not shivering, how to make yani, hauski baridi, yani, there's no cold. You're good to go. Ama ni kahawa? Ni kahawa?
No, it's, the cold is abated somewhat. Yes.
Ama it's the banana. That you had in the Beninging. MC Tonje, good morning. Where are you? MC Tonje anakuanga wa kwanza on every platform.
Thank you so much, MC Tonje.
MC Tonje kutoka kwa kina City Muga. I am sure this guy is your relative. Tukifuatilia vizuri. Huyu ni like your third cousin 2 times removed.
For all you know, maybe my nephew.
Yeah, your nephew pia. You never know. But tunashukuru, endeleeni vivyo hivyo. What is significant about today? First of all, it is the 7th day of August 2026. According to the United Nations, hakuna kitu hapa, nothing, zero. Tomorrow also nothing. But on Sunday is going to be the International Day of the World's Indigenous People. So I guess that's more or less.
What do they mean, indigenous people?
Wale watu ambao ni original wa kutoka mahali ambapo wapo, kama the Aboriginals, wale wa Australia, tuko na Native Americans, wale wa US, Canada.
Ukianza Aborigines then go to Maoris.
Maoris pia kule Pacific, yes. Alafu sasa tukuje huko Afrika, sisi wote ni indigenous people. Yeah, I guess it's our day.
So
in a way.
How long do you need to stay in a place before you become indigenous?
You have got to be the ones who are there before anyone else for you to be considered indigenous.
Before anyone else?
Yeah, like before immigrants came, before akina Christopher Columbus, akina Vasco da Gama, before wakuje, nyinyi ndio mlikuwa pale mkuanzia.
I'm asking the question because we are all migrants.
Yeah, I mean
hata wewe watu wako hawakuwa wanatoka
ni kweli. Yes. Ni kweli. Okay, kila mtu duniani at one point origins zetu. Origins zetu.
So bro, kuna cut off point.
Lakini wacha nikwambie City. Mimi hapa nitaweka caveat. Ama nitatoa exception of sorts. Sisi wa Afrika tumekuwa bara la Afrika wakati huu wote. Kwa hivyo tunaweza consider indigenous people kwa sababu number one, all other races originate from the black race, the African race. Okay?
I cannot argue with that.
Yes. So I might have moved from kulikuwa kunaitwa aje huko hivyo Shungwaya, lakini mwishowe mimi ni Mwafrika. Siwezi sema ati origins za my ancestors zilikuanga mahali Europe na huko, hapana.
No, haikuweko.
So hata Europeans, as much as wako huko Europe na we can consider them indigenous people of Europe, they actually moved from here and they went there. Yes.
So
all right. So
indigenous
that is on Sunday. But in history, wacha tuangalie. Today we remember the August 7 bombings that took place. Actually, twin bombings that took place in 2 US embassies, one in Kenya and the other one in Dar es Salaam, that is Tanzania, killing over 200 people and injuring thousands others. Here in Kenya, the August 7th Memorial Park in Nairobi now stands at the site to honor the victims. Imagine situ kuna mtu alizaliwa mwenye hii ni story tu. Anaambia unavyo tunaongeanga juu ya World War 1, World War 2, tunaongeanga juu ya the Vietnam War, kuna wenye wako wamezaliwa hizo nyakati. Sasa kuna Mkenya tunamwambianga, do you know in 1998 the US embassies in Kenya and Tanzania were attacked. And we lost people. What? Hapa Kenya ni hapa Kenya.
All right. Attacked.
Yes.
Right.
There are folks who were born 20 years ago. 20 years ago is 2006. They're like, what? Yani unataka kuniambia ni mtu amemaliza shule, amemaliza masomo ya basics, sasa anataka kuingia university. Isn't that?
It is fascinating.
Yes, it is.
But it also represents a reality. More so in the information age, where that information is competing with a heck of a lot of other information.
Yes. True story.
On a daily basis. Sijui Iran imebomiwa, sijui nini imefanyika, sijui nini imefanyika. God knows who has done what.
Right.
God Almighty. Then we had World Cup.
Yeah.
Hi, Edna.
Hi, I can't hear you.
Okay.
You can't hear City?
Don't worry, what you doing?
Ni boost mic yake?
What we do, nitoke tu niende pale.
Ufanyie show kutoka hapo kwa MCR.
Yes. So that one, the story where I can't be heard won't arise.
Amejileta studio na kusikia live and direct. So US embassies in Kenya and Dar es Salaam, that is Nairobi and Dar es Salaam, were bombed, killing over 200 people and injuring thousands others. City, where were you on that day?
I was in Mombasa. But I lost friends.
Oh, at the Nini bombing?
Yes, I lost friends.
Okay.
Yes.
Pole. I was at home. My parents were at work. Yeah. My parents were at work. I was at home. I was actually cooking. I was making chips. I was deep frying chips on a pan. Kile kipan kimeingia. Nilikuwa nimechonga viazi. Kwa mechonga viazi pale, alafu nikazitumbukiza pale.
Ulikuwa naunda chips?
Nilikuwa naunda chipo mazejo. Then suddenly we just see this breaking news kwa TV. And then everyone in the neighborhood tunasikia watu wanasema ati hey, mlipuko.
You know, the thing about it, it's a memorial that there were attempts, many attempts to keep it alive. But some along the line, let's say the media didn't help keep it alive.
Okay.
Yeah, because you would find those who have been involved, affected, not involved, those who had been affected, those who had been harmed, the children of those who had been
affected.
Yes. They would come up and talk about it and bring it to the media. It would be mentioned. But a memorial where every year there's something that people remember. People still gather.
Yeah.
And on that day they go to the site. But that's and the media gives it some attention. But the attention that such an event requires, because my friend it was the introduction of a new world completely, a new world order.
Kenyans understood the true meaning of what is called terrorism.
Yes.
Tulikuwa tunaisikianga tu, lakini hiyo siku tulijua, okay, so this is terror.
Yes. Yes. It changed so many things around the world. Oh, it changed very many things.
For the first maybe 2-3 years, it was a really significant event here in the country. But after that, I agree with you. It's like it has become a distant memory.
It's something we do.
Hata tunapitanga hapo, unajua ukishukishwa na matatu rather unasemanga nishukishe bomb blast.
Yes.
It has become so normal, yani.
It is a station, yani.
Yeah, nishukishe bomb blast.
Yes, exactly. And most people don't even know why it's called a bomb blast.
Nishukishe bomb blast.
You know, if one wishes to ensure that people remember these things must be taught.
Yeah.
Significant days and things that happened in this country that were landmark and which brought about change. People must know. So when you mention it, it isn't as though someone had not mentioned it. I was taught geography. I knew about the St. Lawrence Seaway.
Okay.
I could tell you how it works. Okay? But you see, if we can gather knowledge about the US...
Yeah. We can gather knowledge about our own.
Yes, we can.
Okay.
And talk about our neighboring, can talk about East Africa. So that people know. It can't be a history lesson that you're taught only when you're in Form 2, then you forget about it. Or say, for instance, in the days when there was Form 5 and 6, you decide to study African history, or it's part of the curriculum.
Yeah.
So if you don't study history as a subject, you will not know about these things. Some of us who studied it, you know. Because it's examinable, so you'd better know.
You know, that's why I like watching a lot of documentaries, world documentaries, not just that is specifically about Kenya or maybe Africa. Because ACT, I get to know a lot of things about World War I, World War II, Vietnam War.
It is very important. Because when people tell you about the happenings now, it makes a lot more sense if you can trace it back to the origin.
Yeah.
Okay? You see, people forget that America, the people who went there, not the people they found there, were Europeans. Predominantly Europeans. Okay? And if Europeans went there, they went with all the wonderful habits and ways they had, plus the nasty habits they also had. To understand it, how do you find the people who are going about their business, and you have a policy of decimating them?
It's cray, man.
Precisely. So, it means you need to understand. It isn't as though they were treating Africans in a special way. No. Endangered slaves, meaning you are a European, but you are a slave. They had practiced it. Why do you think they had problems with Ireland? Okay? These things that they were now later doing in Jordan, they were later doing in Palestine, around the time when they were evicting.
Walikuwa wamefanya exercise huko.
Papa walikuwa wamefanya tizi kitambo sana.
Ilikuwa imeshakuwa part of
that
their
concept
DNA.
had been proved. They knew. And there were specific people who are brought in who are specialists.
Yeah, that's why when they came to Africa, man, it was easy for them. Literally took over. The moment they touched down, it was a wrap.
The partition of Africa arose. They had fought with each other. They realized, we don't need to fight about this continent.
Yeah.
Okay?
There are more resources out there.
Yeah, so what we do, let's just agree, okay? And then you take this, and then you take this, and then you take this.
And we're good to go.
Are you okay?
Yeah.
We are fine. Now, go and exploit these people. Yes. As simple as that. And each of those colonialists came with their ways and means. There's a guy called King Leopold.
Yeah.
The guy who, him, it wasn't his country. Leopold owned. He owned it. Ilikuwa ni personal property.
Belgium.
My friend, they were just about the worst possible colonialists you could ever come across. Colonialism was bad. So if somebody's the worst, it's a completely different
level. Uko kwa ligi yako.
Kipeke.
Yeah. King Leopold. I've read about him and what he did huko hivyo Congo.
Nasty piece of work, that fellow. Yes.
Marit amesema, good morning kings and queens. We give thanks to the Most High. We have come to the end of the week. Natuma salamu kwa Mbuvi. Nimezipokea. City.
Mi pia nimezipokea.
Edna na Openje, ujumbe Kitengela iko locked in. Shukran sana kakabraza. Leo Openje amepatiana nafasi yake, atakuja baadaye. Amempatia dada mwingine hapa ambaye anajulikana kama Jamie. Jamie ndiye leo anashikilia usukani pale katika mtandao. Kwa hivyo pia salamu za Openje tutazipatia dada yetu pale Jamie. And then Creative Dana anasema in the beginning RG is winning in the beningingi. Thank you so much my brother. Good morning the Power Duo City and Movie. Migori is listening. Hatubanduki na musijaribu. Douglas Kibogong amesema hivi. City is hiding the truth. In every head teacher is IAC holder authority to incur expenses. City umeongea juu ya shule leo?
No, I haven't.
Unless anaongea juu ya kitu ingine imetufanyika
Maybe in the
juzi.
past, but he's not wrong. See, I was a head teacher, so I should know.
Okay. Ombati Stevo anasema City has a great point. We learnt about the prairies, the grasslands of Canada and other parts, but not about events that have shaped who we have become, like the 1998 bombing. Yeah, kweli. Alafu Dennis Nyakeriga amesema watching from Seattle, say hi to CT with his glove. CT wa magloves, eh? Haya, sasa tuingie katika methali yetu ya leo CT tafadhali. Bado tuko kule Morocco. I mean not Morocco but Morocco.
The
Kingdom of Morocco.
Kingdom bana.
AKA Morocco.
Yes, well, I'm a decide. That's what they want to think. You know how can you say? Okay. This one you will like.
Kazi.
He came to help her with her eyeliner and blinded her. Thank you. I now have your attention.
Yes.
He came to help her with her eyeliner and blinded her.
Ni watu wa Morocco hawa.
Remember, if you look at how the women adorn themselves.
Yes.
Okay?
Yes.
Look at it's easy to
that color. Yes.
Whatever they are called.
Sometimes it can be black, it can be different colors.
Whatever it is.
Yes.
Okay?
Yes.
Yes. So
Well, now let me do what the government spokesman did yesterday. So you see an eyeliner. What I think about this particular proverb is this man came to this woman and seduced her in one way or another using this eyeliner. Alijifanya tu dada naweza kusaidia kukupaka hii kitu.
Tafadhali.
Na dada akamwambia why not?
Bwana
Njoo nisaidie.
Kaka alikuwa anaonyesha
lakini
ile uzito wa mapenzi ambao ako nayo.
Alipokuwa kimchora na ile eyeliner akaanza kumpatia maneno matamu. Akaanza kumwambia venye ni mrembo. Akaanza kumwambia hata eyeliner si lazima. Tafadhali dadangu. Urembo ntosha.
Bwana imepita eyeliner.
Akamwambia hata venye nimekukaribia hivi nikikupaka hii eyeliner unukia vizuri.
Basi,
kama maua.
Basi.
Yani sasa tunavyoongea roho yangu inachapa kubum. Alafu yule dada akafoli. Lavani akaangukia mapenzi. Na yule dada kwa kweli alifungwa macho alipokuwa anafanywa ile eyelinership na mapenzi yakanoga. Hiyo ndio interpretation yangu.
Brother, you're a poet, eh?
Yeah, I am a poet.
Right.
You should see how I talk to the people of the fair agenda. You'll be mmoja hapa na kuongeleshanga kama ndume. Lakini huku kwingine bro, mi flow.
Sauti inakuwa nyororo.
Kiangai ndombe siwe kase. Nikianza it's a rap. It's a rap like Moi. Let's get into radiogeneration.co.ke and see what's making headlines.
Right.
But I can't wait to see or hear what our guests today will say about our proverb. WHO wants Kenya may miss my voice, what's happening? WHO wants Kenya may miss 2030 target to control gonorrhea. Wait a minute. Hii imeandikwa na Maureen Kinyanjui. Hii story ameitoa wapi? Juu nimeangalia UN website haikuwa. But anyway, this is what is being said. Kenya could still be grappling with gonorrhea and other STDs or STIs by the end of the decade, with a new WHO report warning that progress is being slowed by shrinking health funding, fragile health systems, and rising resistance to medicines used to treat the disease. Now, the report released during last week's International AIDS Conference reviewed global efforts made since 2022 to tackle HIV, viral hepatitis, and sexually transmitted infections. Although countries committed to ending the three diseases as public health threats by 2030, WHO says the response to STIs is not keeping pace. with infections such as gonorrhea and syphilis continuing to spread in many countries. Now, according to the report, one of the biggest concerns is that the antibiotics commonly used to treat gonorrhea are becoming less effective, making the infection harder to control. Now, let me tell you something about this gonorrhea bacteria. The bacteria has, for lack of a better word, a brain of its own. And when I say a brain of its own, I mean...
It's a living organism.
It is a living organism, but it doesn't have a brain. Just to be clear, guys, that was metaphorical. It has a very... it's very good at adapting.
It has a very keen sense of survival.
Yes, and the DNA ya gonorrhea it produces proteins that actually protect it against these antibiotics, and to some extent it even disables the activity of the antibiotic. You see how antibiotics sometimes
it attacks the active ingredients.
Yes, this is one of the ways that antibiotics work. When you take antibiotics, some of them will go and destroy the cell wall of the particular pathogen that is infecting you. Once that wall has been destroyed, your immune system gets in and does what? And kills that particular pathogen. So that is one way. Another way is that this antibiotic can get into the cell of the pathogen and maybe inhibit certain processes, like maybe how it metabolizes oxygen or how it metabolizes glucose. So it will starve the cell of something. So either oxygen or starve it of glucose or other nutrients. Hence the cell will weaken and die as your immune system does what? Does everything else. Now in the gonorrhea case, ililearn hiyo trick. Ilijuanga hii dawa inakujanga hapa ina inhibit certain functions. What did it do? It releases chemicals that go and capture those particular soldiers that are coming to disable it before they even reach the cell. And that is how this thing has been able to survive for a very long time.
There's an ally that this particular organism has. Mm-hmm. It is the inconsistency with which people take antibiotics.
Oh, yes.
The understanding of most people is that an antibiotic, so long as it is seen as medicine, medicine is intended to help you feel better.
Yeah.
Not cure you, feel better.
Yeah.
So if you are feeling a particular pain and a particular ache, and that ache has gone, as far as you're concerned, you are well. So you don't go through the entire course of what you're supposed to do. So what then happens? This particular organism begins to understand what it is that you're doing with it, and it also develops a defense against it.
Yeah, unfortunately also, because gonorrhea has been with us for a very long time.
It has, huh?
Very, very long time. Bona City, this thing has learned how to adapt. It has really learned how to adapt. Ndio maana unaambiangwa, if you have got to engage in those activities that you like doing in the dark, kindly use protection. And if you do not want to use protection, which by the way is a very not good idea, stick to one partner. Stick to one partner, my friends. It's the only way you'll protect yourself against these things. Because the moment gonorrhea haijiletangi, kuna mahali inaendanga inachukuliwa.
And it isn't airborne.
It is not airborne. Ati mtu anakukohoea na unaipata, ama mtu anakusalimia na unaipata. And so is the same case with the syphilis. The only way to protect yourself against akina gonorrhea is just stick to one partner.
And if that partner kuambukiza syphilis?
Sino nasema yani ndio avoid STIs. Akina HIV, akina
if that partner already
gonorrhea.
If the partner already has the STI, what then?
Of course, we are assuming that we are both clean here.
Clean.
You and the partner, yes.
So let me ask the question.
By clean, I mean you do not have
when
any
you
infection.
acquire a partner, do you go and get yourself tested so that you know?
Essentially, you should. Essentially, you should.
Yes, it's something that one needs to consider seriously.
Yeah.
It is important that you do.
Yeah, ukianza kufanya mapenzi tafadhali, juana na mtu wako, mwelewane vizuri, mwende mpimwe, mupate mko safi, and then now you continue doing your stuff, but do it just the two of you. Otherwise, siwadanganyi, hapa mtashinda mkipata hizi vitu. Where is this? US Senate panel votes to hold Fauci in contempt after COVID hearing standoff. Fauci and alikuanga tusome story. Now, former US health official Anthony Fauci is facing the possibility of contempt proceedings after a Senate committee voted to cite him for refusing to answer questions during a hearing into the government's handling of the COVID-19 pandemic. The committee approved the contempt resolution along party lines, paving the way for the matter to be referred to the US Justice Department, which will decide whether to pursue prosecution over Fauci's failure to comply with a congressional subpoena. And it is, however, not yet clear whether prosecutors will take up the case. Yani, wacha nikwambie kitu moja. What I like about the United States of America is their accountability processes. Bwana haijalishi. Hata kama ulitoka kwa ofisi 25 years ago, these guys will follow you to your grave. You will be held accountable whether you like it or not.
You know where you start off from? Huh? You start off from having a constitution that enables you.
Yeah.
When the Americans came up with their constitution, and the likes of Benjamin Franklin and et al. Wrote it, what the constitution or some part of it meant at the time, and what it later came to mean, not the same thing. However, that's why you have those amendments that the constitution has had over time to make it relevant to the times and to make it something that is user-friendly.
Yes.
We have a constitution that is a bother to many people, because if it wasn't a bother, they wouldn't bother tinkering with it the way they do. But we have the constitution. So it's time. You may think you have evaded, you have avoided, you have found a way around it, like this organism that features and presents itself as gonorrhea. At some point,
Yeah.
this thing, it'll catch up with you. The only way you run away from it completely is to obliterate that constitution so that it doesn't exist, so it ceases to be a threat. But so long as it's there, and in our case, it's not going anywhere. Oh yes.
My goodness, these guys.
My friend, those who are hell-bent on not following the law should have made sure the 2010 constitution was never promulgated.
Unakumbuka, like in the US, before Trump was elected for a second term, you remember how walifuata huyo jamaa mpaka wakaenda kwa nyumba yake huko Mar-a-Lago, wakachukua documents, wakapata hata kuna some sensitive documents he had taken while he was president. And yani, these guys will follow you, doesn't matter who you are or what.
Your brother ni pagla. I mean, everything about him it's just that he's president, so wanna go slow. But even him, when he got into power, alifuta watu kazi.
Of course.
Sijui you are a prosecutor, you are a what,
go.
Even if you are an elected leader, he will go after you.
Yeah.
Yes.
Mimi what
He's
I like
thorough that way.
Na ni sawa, because at the end of the day unajuanga musumeni unakatanga hivi na inakata hivi pia.
Abbas, you said it well, because at some point system is about to come to an end.
And
then
vitu alifanya ama hakufanya.
Oh bro,
my friend, wanakuambianga okay, so now Mr. President, you remember that time you attacked these guys? You went and abducted a president. Tuambie.
Si wajua mambo imeenda kotini, haijaenda mahali. It's like it's sitting there waiting for you and saying, okay, wewe tuendelee tu.
And you know, these guys, they don't forget. And when I say they don't forget, I mean the system never forgets. It doesn't matter who's the prosecutor at the time or the what are they called?
The guy will come after that particular one who's even more enthusiastic.
Na anachukuanga hiyo file, anafanya inatolewa vumbi.
Then
na inafunguliwa page 1. My friend, unakwanga tu hivi umetulia, unaonanga tu lights kutoka huko mbali zinakuja, unasemanga man.
Sasa watu
unasema
hiyo kitu ilifanyika kitambo.
Kuna mahali utaenda. Last story. The CS for Interior, that is Murkomen, directs police to crack down on criminals masquerading as who? As officers. People wearing camouflage and other security uniforms without authority will soon face arrest after Interior CS directed police to crack down on criminals impersonating officers and misusing the image of the country's security agencies. Murkomen said the government would no longer tolerate individuals who dress like security officers to deceive the public, offer illegal security services.
So they've been tolerating them, is it? And he seems from his statement to completely discount the fact that these may actually be policemen. They are not people masquerading. He doesn't think that could also be a truth or a reality.
You remember that conversation we had here about weapons being rented out?
Yes.
Even police uniform sometimes is rented out.
Yes.
So you might be having, and if he's a police officer, unamwambia kimaliza nini yako nipatie
uniform. If those uniforms are made hapa near where you live,
by this natengenezanga mavoko.
Yes, if that's near where you live. Yeah. So if that's where they are made, and who makes them Kenyans?
So they have spare.
They
have made excess.
What stops me from saying nani? Hebu nitengeneze kama
tatu hivi.
Fatigue nitengeneze kama 10 namna hii. Look, it is good that he is giving the appearance of trying to tackle a problem. People masquerading as policemen, that's not a problem. It's a symptom of a problem.
You know, now that we are talking about this, you know, there are some places you can go in this country and you find a policeman in an area and you're like, why would there be a policeman stopping vehicles on this road?
Yes.
What is so significant about this road? And you're like, nothing. It doesn't have much traffic. But una tu karana kusimamisha, anaanza kuangalia license yako. And he's not a traffic cop. But unaona anaanza kuangalia license yako, anaanza kuangalia gari yako na kuambia fungua boot, and you're like, okay, afande, what's up? Looking for fault even where it doesn't exist.
I was told once upon a time by a certain police individual whom I got to know over time.
Yes.
I was purporting to be a businessman in the transport business. So the route I used to follow, I had drivers. There were 2 vehicles.
Yes.
And sometimes I would drive the vehicle myself just to know how it works. So I got to know these policemen because they were constantly stopping the vehicle. I told them, guys, this thing doesn't make sense. By the time I get to my destination, which is the market, there are around 7 of these stops.
Zinasaidia aje?
So, I mean, what is this? Anyway, one day we got talking, and he told me something that I've never forgotten. He told me, my friend, you forget that we study the law.
Yes.
If I want to find fault, even if you've taken a car from a showroom, I will find fault.
Yeah.
I asked him, how?
Yes.
You know what he told me? I'll ask you for the receipt. I said, for the what?
The receipt of the vehicle.
Receipt? I said, yes. You said it's yours. So you bought it. So there has to be a receipt.
Nionyeshe.
I said, I'd never thought of it that way. If you say you bought the car from someone and it's not new, okay? There's an agreement. Can I see it, please?
Yes.
See, these are things you may have, but you don't work with. The point he was making was a valid one. If we want to find a mistake, we will find a mistake. So you just go with the flow, okay?
Even if it is creating one mistake, even if it is creating it where it doesn't exist.
And he and his colleagues were buying me lunch as we were telling this story. Yes. They're taking a break from harassing motorists and so forth. So now they're through mzee. Tumeoda nyama na kuku hapa tukuje tukule.
Kula kidogo.
Yes. So
jibambe.
So I sat and ate to them and listened to the stories. The thing is this, Paul.
Yes.
If we do not take this matter of treating our teachers right, treating our policemen right, I'm starting with teachers, fundamental, more important than teachers, because everybody wanaanza huko with the teachers. We are going to be talking about these problems 50 years from now.
I agree.
When I know very well I will not be alive myself. Okay? We can solve this problem. We can. But we do not seem to have the will to solve it. We like things as they are.
All right. I want us to do a little bit of traffic. Then when we return, niwaambie kitu ambacho kinajulikana kama Islamic banking. So don't go too far as I tell you where you could be stuck or where you are going to be stuck in case you are not yet stuck. But I highly doubt you will be stuck.
Traffic.
Looking at the map of Nairobi right now, hapa hakuna kukwama. Nyinyi watu mnasonga vizuri tena sana. Naangalia Ngong Road, barabara ziko fiti zote ambazo zinatoka na kuingia CBD. Haile Selassie iko sawa sawa, haina shida yoyote. Watu wa Lusaka Road, Jogoo Road, mnasonga tu vizuri. Ile place inakuanga na shida si mnajua tu ni pale Muthaiga. But the traffic today is not looking bad. If anything, I see as though you're moving quite well. If there's a delay, maximum 3 minutes, but it's only 6:36, so that means that things might change as we move on. Sindio, Thika Super Highway yote iko sawa. Watu wa Wayakiwe Mombasa Road, nyinyi hamna shida yoyote. Nikipeleka moja kwa moja kule Mombasani kuna kavyema pale bara la Mombasa. Not bara la Mombasa lakini Kisima. Ni Kisima?
It's an island.
Island, yeah? Kisima kinakaa vyema tena sana, hakina shida yoyote. Alafu watu wa bara la Afrika huku kwingine mko sawa kabisa, watu wanaoenda Nyali wanaondoka Nyali, watu wa Tuda kule, hizo barabara zote ziko sawa, na tunashukuru kwa sababu ninaona ya kwamba watu wanaweza kuwasiliana vizuri, kufika kazini vizuri bila kuchelewa. So you cannot tell your boss that the reason you are late today is because of traffic. Even in Nairobi, that one you will be lying. Sawa. But if you see something I need to know about, well, holla at a brother.
Traffic on Radio Generation.
So, ladies and gentlemen, have you ever wondered what really makes Islamic finance different? I know you are. Well, this coming week, we're going to be breaking it down in 5 key words. And we start with riba. Sawa. So, simply put, riba refers to interest, which is prohibited in Islamic finance. Yani ile pesa ya juu ambayo unalipa zaidi ya kile kiwango ambacho ulikuwa umefanya nini? Unatakiwa. So, instead, Sharia compliant finance focuses on things like trade, investment, partnership, and of course shared risk. So it's not just about avoiding interest, it's about how financial transactions are structured, with an emphasis on fairness, transparency, and real life economic activity. All right, I know this is interesting. So there's an event, and if you want to take the conversation further, join us at the Islamic Finance Forum and Dialogue, which is going to be hosted by Radio Generation. It's happening on 10th September 2026, so you have a little bit of time to sort yourself out in terms of, just putting it on your calendar. 10th September is about a month from now, and it's going to be taking place at the Radisson Blu. The theme is igniting growth in Sharia compliant finance. So what to expect? I know you're probably asking yourself, 10th September, Radisson Blu, Well, we have industry leaders, financial institutions, we're talking about investors and SMEs who are going to be in that particular room. People who've been doing this for a very long time and they understand it. It's in their DNA. There'll be a panel discussion, actually several of them, practical workshops, investment insights, and plenty of networking opportunities. So, if Islamic finance is part of your business or investment strategy, this is a conversation you definitely want to be a part of. So, get your tickets on langopass.com. That is langopass.com. All right. So for partnerships, in case you also want to have reservations in that particular sector, you can call this number. That is 0113 311604. All right. So let's have this conversation about Islamic finance. It's the Islamic Finance Forum and Dialogue, and it's all about igniting growth in Sharia compliant finance. It's going to be taking place on the 10th of September at Radisson Blu from 9 a.m. to 4 p.m. Sawa. So in case hiyo yote hujakupata, usijali, nitairudia baadaye. So just keep it Radio Generation for more information on that. I will start with the Taifa leo as far as our paper check is concerned. Sakaja avuta mkia. Allah. So apparently Embu yaongoza kwa matumizi ya fedha Kisumu ikiibuka ya mwisho kulingana na ripoti. Hebu ngoja kidogo. Embu yaongoza kwa matumizi ya fedha, nayo Kisumu ikibukia ya mwisho kulingana na ripoti. Si tunasikia? Kaunti yako iko nyuma.
Yes. Nimesikia.
Katika matumizi ya fedha.
Nimesikia.
Hiyo kaunti tafadhali ongea na gavana wenu ama yule mwingine ambaye atakuwa na kuom. Mwenyewe atakuwa anakuja yani. Ndio muangalie venye mtafikia Embu. Embu sasa hivi iko nambari 1. Ikiwa inaongozwa na Cecily Mbarire. So
they are number 1, eh?
They are number 1, yes.
Meaning they are the ones who know how to use money properly.
Na wanasema Sakaja avuta mkia. Wanasema anawaanisha nini? Kaunti ya Nairobi chini ya Governor Johnson Sakaja imeibuka ya mwisho kwenye ripoti ya Seneti inayopima utendakazi na matumizi ya fedha za umma. Kaunti zilipimwa kwa kuzingatia vigezo 7 muhimu vya usimamizi wa fedha za umma. Mizani hiyo ilihusisha utekelezaji wa bajeti, matumizi ya fedha za maendeleo, ukusanyaji wa mapato ya ndani, matumizi ya mishahara na marupurupu, madeni ambayo hayajalipwa, matumizi ya mabunge na kaunti, pamoja na matokeo ya ukaguzi wa hesabu. Sasa hiyo utaipata habari kamili katika ukurasa wa ngapi? Wa 2. Hospitali mahututi KEMSA ikiugua. Sekta ya afya nchini imekumbwa na uhaba wa vifaa vya matibabu, wagonjwa wa saratani wakihangaika. Ukurasa wa 8. Ruto afufua mbinu za Mzee Moi. wanasema hivi, Rais Ruto anaonekana kufufua baadhi ya mikakati ya mlezi wake wa siasa Rais Moi. Hiyo utapata katika ukurasa wa 3. Na sisi tulikuwa umesema hivi hapo awali, ukasema unajua Rais Moi alikuwa anapatana na vikundi pale, anawafanyia ile tunaita empowerment programs. Anawapatia marupurupu hapa hivi waweze kufanya nini? Waweze kujistiri na. Ndio hiyo sasa. Asante. Enyewe ulikuanga Mombasa wewe. Waliotekwa na wahuni waachiliwa. Taarifa ya ikulu Nigeria yasema watu 163 waliachiliwa kutoka kijijini Woro. Story hiyo utaipata katika ukurasa wa 8. Linda Mwananchi sasa yalenga ng'ombe za Raila. Viongozi wa vuguvugu za Linda viongozi wa vuguvugu la Linda Mwananchi sasa wahamisha kampeni zao katika ng'ombe za kisiasa za aliyekuwa kinara wa ODM Raila Odinga. Ukurasa ngapi? Ukurasa wa 4. Alafu pale katika spoti, mabingwa wa EPL waibishwa. Arsenali wapewa kichapo cha 3-1 kutoka Real Betis, mechi ya kirafiki. Hiyo ukurasa wa 20. Alafu tukiangalia Daily Nation wanasema best and worst governors. Cecily Mbarire of Embu has scored 0.689. Patrick Olentutu of Narok 0.608. They are saying that is a score of B. Alafu Ahmed Abdullahi wa Jia yake ni 0.605. Julius Malombe wa Kitui, tuko hapa. Yani tuko hapa. Bro, tuko hapa, yani tuko na C. Huyu amengonga 0.574. Yeah, at least we are not doing bad.
Why are these things in decimals?
We'll get to understand. But that is a score of grade C. Alafu tuko naye Gideon Mungaro, Kilifi County, 0.564. Dhadho Godana of Tana River, 0.556. Abdul Swamad of Mombasa, 0.540. Mutula Kilonzo Junior Ala. Kumbe hata kuna mkamba mwingine hapa wa Makueni tumekuja tena with another C. 0.537. Yeah, hii ni Makueni County. Alafu iko Susan Kihika of Nakuru County, 0.536. Last but not least, on the top 10 list we have Fatuma Achani of Kwale County, 0.534. Okay, coastal region is not doing bad because we have Kilifi, top 10.
Can I ask a question?
Yes, sir.
How are we measuring this? What are we measuring exactly?
So they're saying the scorecard, the Parliamentary Budget Office has ranked county governments after evaluating their performance against the County Fiscal Performance Measurement Index. Most counties are performing moderately, with only a few demonstrating very good performance. Okay, Pia here you explain, but I am sure if we open page 4 and 5, we shall get to see why my county of Kitui County is currently at number 4. If I am to go by that ranking. Yeah. Where is this page 4? Page 4 inakujanga after page 3, isn't it? I don't know. They are calling it the inaugural County Fiscal Performance Measurement Index developed by Parliament's Parliamentary Budget Office. Yeah, again, they are still not explaining how they arrived at 0.54, but they are saying it's a new way of doing what? Of ranking. So there you have it. You'll check out Daily Nation. Maybe it may explain huko deeper. But bottom counties, wacha nisome tu haraka. Ezak Mutuma of Meru. Si ni reverend huyo? Reverend. Lakini amewekewa C.
So if you're a reverend, you cannot get a Z?
No, you shouldn't.
Why?
You have been chosen by God. God doesn't choose failures.
Bro, when you're a minister of the church and being a governor, they are not the same thing, man.
Unaona kwa kina Openje natoka county gani?
Kakamega.
Oh. But anyway, kuna county iko karibu na kwa hapa inaitwa Pungoma under Kenneth Lusaka. Anyway, Bungoma amegonga D.
You're having fun with this list, aren't you?
I am actually. Amegonga Dimanga. And then my neighboring county of Kajiado, pia wamegonga Dimanga, yani D. 0.398. Then Lamu County is a Timami.
Timami.
Yes, also amegonga D. Benjamin Cheboy. Sio alikuanga governor wa Central Bank at one point?
Yes.
Yeah?
He's the guy in
Baringo. Yes. Amegonga dimanga pia. Amekula na meno. Alafu hapa mali tuko sasa
Nairobi.
Sakaja Johnson. Pia amegonga dimanga man. Hilary Barchok pia yeye amegonga kidimanga hapa hivi unu wa Bomet. Paulo Tuoma of Busia au Busaya. Amegonga dimanga pia. Fernandez Parasa kwa kina Openje wako na 0.358. And then last but not least Anyang Nyong the Prof mwenye anatusaidia kutengeneza Vision 2060 amegonga dimanga, lakini dimanga yake ni mbaya zaidi kuliko zote 0.285. I'm laughing at your reaction. I'm not laughing at the county, but I'm laughing at your reaction. Jesus Christ of Nazareth on a donkey to Damascus.
Why I'm laughing? Can we analyze counties that have governors who are extremely learned, PhD holders and the like?
Yes, we should actually.
Yes, and how those counties have performed.
I am actually shocked not to see Natembeya in the top 10.
So that we debunk this thing about higher education or confirm this higher education.
Kama inasaidia watu kukua better governance.
And how it relates to someone's capacity and ability to manage a county. Yes.
Now that you've mentioned that, let me just real quickly niangalie tu jamaa anajulikana kama Natembeya alikuwa namba ngapi, because ni one of the full list hapa. Our beloved Natembeya of Trans Nzoia. Oh, he's actually at number 11 too. Pia amegonga C. C yake ni ya 0.529, sorry. Yeah. Alafu Irungu Kangata, kwani we kaunti yake inajulikana kama Murang'a. Hapana. No way. Murang'a has been ranked number 33 with 0.420, which is a C. Clearly no one had an A.
Is there a B?
Yeah, B are the top 3. That is Embu, Narok, Wajir. BBB. Then the rest
That's why I asked
C.
you what are the variables that they're using to determine this ranking.
Yeah, so they are saying prudent budgeting, controlled wage bills, stronger development spending, effective budget implementation, favorable audit outcomes, and sound financial management across 7 key public finance indicators. So those are the matrices. Yeah. Sasa wewe soma hiyo yako. Nilikuwa nataka kusoma Nairobian but hizi headlines si za
asubuhi saa hizi.
Si za 6:49 am.
Sawa.
Haya.
Tuachane nazo.
Over to you.
The Business Daily under the intelligence. No, let me leave the Business Daily. Let me look at the Standard first, okay? A month later, OCS in attempted murder case still walking free. What am I talking about? An incident occurred at KICC. A month after former KICC OCS Agnes Ndanu was linked to the brutal attack that left her partner Nicole Omondi paralyzed, the senior officer remains free while fueling outrage and accusations of selective justice. This is someone who is accused of having pushed their colleague from a tall building, and as a result, they are now paralyzed.
Wait, that is the which case is that again?
This is about 2 police officers. One is called Agnes Ndanu.
Hiyo kesi ni ile ya kutoka last month. Hiyo tunaijua hiyo. But yeah, both of them are police officers.
That is my assumption.
No, because I know the one who pushed the lady is the police officer.
That is the OCS.
The OCS.
Yes, I am assuming that this is a lady. Because if they say partner, I can only assume it is somebody with whom they work, unless...
No. It was a romantic relationship.
I was going there.
Yes.
I was going to say, unless we assume it was a romantic relationship.
No, we don't assume. It was clarified. They were in a romantic relationship.
They were in a romantic relationship.
Yes, those 2 ladies, yes.
Yes, my brain was taking a bit of time to adjust to that particular reality.
Oh.
So, yes. So,
haya mambo yanafanyika. Usikapaniki.
Doesn't mean I have to adjust with it.
No, I'm not saying you do. I'm just telling you, you will meet more of these stories as you go on.
You do know I live in this country.
I know you live in this country, city.
So.
Yeah.
Right. You know the standard, bang in the middle of the paper is everything, huh? Meaning there is a picture, degrees of debt. This story, let me just read what they have written in summary.
Yeah.
More than 200,000 students set to join university next month face the prospect of graduating with crippling debts under a controversial government plan to abolish undergraduate scholarships and replace them with loans carrying a steep 12% interest rate. The proposal, which could leave some graduates owing more than 4.2 million, has sparked fears that higher education will become a debt trap, where with MPs questioning its sustainability as thousands of graduates, continue to struggle to find jobs years after leaving the university. Okay. Now, the way this thing is presented, it is as though students who have been in the universities, public universities, did not pay debts. Even people like I, who did, you simply went to university. Nasikia?
Yeah.
You went where?
To university.
There's a dining hall you went to eat.
Yeah.
Okay? You were given boom. The first tranchet was meant for you to buy books, blah, blah, blah. It was, I think, 1,400 shillings. The next one was 700 shillings. Third semester, you would get, I think it was 400 shillings. Okay? This was to help you do this and that and the other. And I still remember people got it and it was cash. Suddenly classes are empty, people have gone to town and then they come back with boom boxes.
Yeah.
Okay?
Mziki tu.
Bro. So, that was a debt. It was not free.
Yes.
It was a debt. Now, people like myself who worked for the government for 10 years, we paid it off in those 10 years.
Okay.
Some didn't work for the government and thought they couldn't be traced. And that debt is still there at help. You may think it isn't there.
Yeah, there's a time, I can't remember, when we started doing serious vetting for public officers.
Yes.
Some officers walikuwa napatikana bwana, hujalipa deni yako ya 1960, tunashangaa.
Where? And you want to be given this responsibility. And you've clearly shown that you are a fairly irresponsible person.
Yes. Na hivyo ndivyo kazi inaenda. Alafu sasa help wanakufuata sasa. Kazi imeenda na help on your case.
Yes, they are.
Yeah.
Okay.
So yes, watu walipe madeni bwana. Tusiogope.
So this particular, I will need to read more about this story, but we've always had that.
You know what, City? Me, I'm in agreement. People need to be given loans. Where the government can give scholarship, but wamesema they'll scrap that whole scholarship issue. But where people can be given, what is it called? Some kind of free education. Because now it's not going to be a scholarship.
We don't have the capacity yet. Okay? It's a simple truth.
Yes.
So, that people are given loans, you and I in agreement.
Mimi sina shida.
Because you're not being told pay now.
Yeah.
You're being told you just continue and study.
Me, my parents struggled their entire life to take me to school. They had to take loans for sure.
Yes.
And they paid my school fees.
Yes.
Yeah. So, na mimi pia nikaingia university, pia mimi nikapata hiyo help na nikangangana nayo. And so, mimi sio actually kama watu wanataka kusoma.
No. How do you teach people responsibility?
Yeah.
Okay? Yeah. Education isn't free, someone pays for it. Now, help is what enables you to study because they give the university the money.
Yes.
Now, what it means is when you pay back, you are enabling others who come after you to be able to receive the same assistance.
Exactly.
Yes. That's how this thing works.
Watu wachukue loans, wasome. Tuache hii story ya kila kitu woye.
Tuache hiyo story. Report says Kisumu, Nairobi worst among its use of funds. Indeed. Cry, my beloved county. Report reveals devolution process and gaps governors should cover. Let me not go into those details. Because my thoughts on this particular subject haven't changed. Yes.
Okay.
And my thoughts on how the worst criminals we have in positions of governance are governors. Worst. There are some who clearly show and demonstrate a clear attempt to be able to manage the funds to benefit their citizenry. But that is a few.
Yes.
Statistically, they could almost be irrelevant. The vast majority are criminals.
Okay.
When you do not do what you're supposed to do for your people, and as a result of that, some people die, some people are unwell, some people don't get treated, you are a criminal. Yes. I have forgiven the killer, says husband of slain psychologist. This is the story of Dr. Victoria Mutiso.
Hey, amewaforgive haraka sana.
Bro.
Hata daktari amezikwa kweli. Sisemi ati afai kuwa forgive. I'm just saying that was bloody fast.
There was a requiem at Sitam Valley Road yesterday. And Ndetei, who is Professor Ndetei, the husband said his faith would guide him through one of the darkest moments of his life. Yes, we're hurting very much, but I have forgiven those who hurt my family beyond human comprehension. We hold no bitterness towards them, but God's purpose will prevail, not theirs. He still sits on the throne. He will avenge for us. He will carry us through the storm. Politena, Professor Politena, tena pole.
Yeah.
Let me look at the Business Daily.
Okay.
Audit: Saudi beats UAE in Kenya fuel supplies on Iran. The blockade at the Strait of Hormuz has redrawn Kenya's fuel supply map after Saudi Arabia overtook the United Arab Emirates as the country's largest source of petroleum imports with the help of pipelines bypassing the Strait of Hormuz. Saudi Arabia, unlike UAE, has managed to slip huge volumes of oil using pipelines without crossing the Strait of Hormuz, which Iran shut following the war. Sawa. Then back in the middle of the paper, in the Life column, there is a story of Mr. Pius Mwendwa, or maybe is it Pius or is it Pius? But Pius. He started off and was the chief accountant at Kenya Pipeline. He's now the acting CEO. And this story is about him. Post-retirement medical fund savings rise to 1.9 billion. Savings in post-retirement medical benefits funds grew nearly sevenfold last year as employees sought to cushion themselves against rising health care costs. Diageo set to pocket 4.475 billion dividend on delayed EABL deal. Okay? Search for firm to host top secret state data. The government has kicked off the search for a technology firm that will host its top secret information online as it shifts public sector systems away from the fragmented physical server rooms. This one, it will bring problems. So let's wait for the problems to arise, because they will arise. Yes.
Haya, umemaliza na hiyo kitu?
I am through.
Wacha nisalimie wawili watatu kabla tuingie katika news yetu. Sungura wetu amesema Jumaa Mubarak. The Real Estate amesema good morning, it's election season here. We are voting in the primaries. It happens every 2 years and Democrats have more momentum. Fauci hearing is witch hunting by the Republicans. Okay, ametuambia mawili matatu huyu jamaa. Amesema Trump's accountability will start after the midterms. Currently, the Republicans control the House of Representatives and the Senate. Why are Kenyan police not using motorbikes or patrol cars to enforce traffic laws? They actually use motorbikes, the Real SC. They use motorbikes, and but they're on every road, but I think they're not as many as we would want them to be. So that is perhaps one thing that should be said. Then we have Richard Mutua Wambua amesema ni kisiwa si kisima. Okay, sawa. Shukran Richard Mutua.
Kisima is a well.
Yes. Kisiwa. Shukran Wambua, hapo umenisaidia sana. Luis Rudasingo amesema good morning. Well, good morning to you too. Peter Chemurosoi, habari yako. Umesema Benjamin Cheboy was the CEO of HELB. Okay. I don't know why I was thinking he was CBK governor.
I also thought so.
Victor Lesosiana anasema these professors are terrible managers.
Oh dear.
Terrible.
Oh dear. Oh dear. Once again.
Super Mwamba amesema without HELB as we know it, I and millions others will not have access to university education. What is informing these proposed changes? What is wrong with the current model? Okay, Super Mwamba, good question. Alando anauliza, anasema hivi, good morning guys. Miguna is one of many prominent people who still owe HELB money. Hiya, he does.
Let me put it to you this way. HELB offers loans.
Yes,
they're not gifts. Okay?
Ni deni.
Yes, so there's need for clarification. If I'd read the story on page 4,
yes,
perhaps would have arrived at a clearer understanding of this. But the loan system is just being referred to. I don't think they're introducing a new loan system. It is just that there is this proposal to ensure that it is understood.
Yeah.
A, E,
Tufanye hivi. Tupitie hiyo page. Umesema ni page 4 eh?
Yes.
Tuipitie haraka alafu tukirudi tuambie watu summary.
Okay.
Ya mambo hayo. Kwa sasa sikizeni Winnie Maganga.
This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. The Kenya Union of Post-Primary Education Teachers has given the Teachers Service Commission 7 days to promote the remaining 16,000 teachers promised by President William Ruto or face a nationwide strike. The union says only 34,000 of the 50,000 promised promotions have been implemented and warns that schools could be disrupted when the third term begins later this month.
Commission's failure to advertise the exact number which the president himself had pronounced on 50,000 vacancies, which he himself mandated on 13 September 2025. In an event that the Teacher Service Commission does not do justice to this, then they are calling back industrial action that we had thought was now behind us. When we now move to involve our teachers in industrial action, it will not serve this country well.
The Ministry of Education says the proposed tertiary education placement and funding bill will help ensure all students who qualify can join colleges and universities. Appearing before the National Assembly Education Committee, ministry officials led by PS Beatrice Inyangala said the new fund will be financed through government support, student loan repayments, parent savings and other sources to meet the rising cost of higher education.
The first requirement and simulation we did was that we will require an additional 80 million, which will then be paying coupons after 6 months of 5 billion, which makes it affordable for the government, and then we can be able to pay.
Be like the boom.
Yes.
Of yesteryear.
Yes.
It's the boom.
The boom is back.
Yeah.
The loans will be awarded to students, irrespective of whether they go to a public or private university.
All right.
Because it equals to treatment of all students who are Kenyan.
The government is not even capable of raising money for capitation, because we know in secondary schools the government is supposed to be funding 22,000 per learner.
Vihiga Senator Godfrey Otsotsi wants the Senate to delay the release of county performance ranking report, saying it needs further review. Otsotsi says the report should be sent back for improvements because he has concerns about the accuracy of the data used to rank counties. He also wants more public participation before the report is released or used to guide county funding decisions.
This is an important step because when I entered this Senate, I was of the view that we need to get to a point where we can be able to logically and factually review the performances of our counties and be able to rank, because Senate had left this work to pollsters and all manner of people who are not properly regulated, and sometimes you would get misleading information.
4 high school boys have been charged with the alleged gang defilement of a 17-year-old girl in Homa Bay County. The court heard that the incident is alleged to have happened on July 30th in Rangwe sub-county. The boys denied the charges before Chief Magistrate Mary Immaculate and were remanded at the Homa Bay Child Protection Unit. The case will be heard on August 22nd. Thousands of migrants remain in the Spanish territory of Ceuta after mass crossing from neighboring Morocco last week. Ceuta's leader Joan Jesus Vivas told the European Parliament that about 78,000 migrants arrived by sea within hours. He also expressed sorrow over the deaths of around 100 people during the crossings. Authorities are now on alert as fresh calls for more mass crossings continue to spread on social media. And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning. I'm Winnie Maganga.
The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the guests and do not necessarily reflect the views of Radio Generation. Radio Generation assumes no responsibility or liability for the interviewee's views. This is Radio Generation. In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast, curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast, your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights, Radio Generation.
Welcome back. It is now 7 minutes to 7 o'clock. This is the People's Breakfast. My name is Mongalambu. We took on a city in the studio, and our two guests have arrived. But before we do that, before we introduce them, City, clarify on that.
That page 4.
Page 4, yes.
The fundamental difference when it comes to the system was HELB has been charging 4%. So when they raise it to 12%, what they're saying is that they've increased it 3 times. Ndio. Kwa fupi. Okay?
All right.
Now, there was mention of students who are going to study medicine. It's a 6-year course. Every year takes around 600,000 shillings. So you just need to do the maths.
Yeah.
And it tells you exactly what it is that you will be paying.
Okay.
Okay?
We'll also try and find people from Benjamin Chebo. Not Benjamin Chebo. Actually, I talk HELB. Someone from HELB. To come and help us have that conversation.
They have a CEO.
Because we need to, yeah.
We will simply call him or her.
Yes.
So that they can come and explain to us in detail what it is that, or how this thing is supposed to work, or whether it should be subject to public participation, because we may think 6% is better than 12. 12 ni mingi.
Yes.
Because that's essentially a commercial loan. Yes.
Ni mbaya. Okay. Sijasema ni mbaya, yani nasema ni kubaya.
Paul, make up your mind.
My mind is made up. All right. So in this hour, we want to talk about obesity. Why many people are embracing weight loss, what you need to do in case you're struggling with your weight, whether it's losing it or gaining it. Because I know that I've actually met people, City, who would like to increase their weight. Mtu anasema, I feel too light. I feel as though, I'm not strong enough because sina muscles, I don't have fat. With us are 2 professionals in that particular area, and they'll help us have this conversation. We have a bariatric counselor, na atatuambia what on earth that is. Bariatric counselor Akinyi Wamboi. Akinyi, yes. Good morning.
Good morning.
Naomba ukaribia microphone tafadhali. Hapo uko sawa. Karibu sana to Radio Generation.
Asante sana.
Utatuambia bariatric ni nini. And then amekuja na rafiki yake, head of patient care, Nod Weight Loss Clinic, that is Eva Wamarema. Eva, good morning and welcome.
Good morning. Thank you very much.
Karibuni tena sana. We are glad you guys could be here with us today. What is bariatric? First of all, what is bariatric counselor? what is it that you do?
Okay, a bariatric counselor is a counseling psychologist who helps the patients achieve their weight loss goals and also maintain them. So I work with the different patients depending on the treatment that they have chosen. We identify what has contributed to the weight. We correct it, and then now we start working to create a lifestyle towards the goal weight that you want and keep the weight off so it doesn't come back.
Okay. All right.
Bro, that thing is a curriculum.
Yani anakuongelesha unakonda.
Yes.
Anaanza kukwambia, Paul, what you need to do already kilo 2 zinaenda.
Yes.
Hey. All right, good stuff. And then Eva is the head of patient care at Nod Weight Loss Clinic. Nod Weight Loss Clinic. What do you guys do?
So what we do at Nod's Weight Loss Clinic is we provide medical weight loss solutions. So that's all the way from the surgical to non-surgical procedures. And basically we target individuals who have had trouble losing weight through traditional methods, whether it's exercise or diet, and it's not worked for them, or they're having medical conditions that are not allowing them to achieve those goals as easily as another able-bodied person. So this helps them to lose the weight.
Okay.
And like Akinyi has said, losing the weight is the easy part. Keeping it off is the hard part.
This one's, why do people want to lose weight? Why would somebody want to lose weight?
Quality of life, longevity.
So you're saying people who have weight don't have a quality of life?
Actually, they don't. I'm speaking from experience because I am there. It's not as good as it looks. Yeah, but anyway, answer. Wewe ndio ulikuwa mzuri. Sorry.
Well, to an extent, they don't necessarily have the best quality of life, especially because the first thing is that obesity is classified as a disease by the WHO because it also comes with the comorbidities, hypertension, there's diabetes, there's joint issues, inflammation. So you find yourself, yes, you're overweight and you're still able to do quote unquote normal things, but not as comfortably as someone who has less weight. Like, for example, if you're going on a plane, you have to ask for a belt extender.
Oh yes, because the kawaida one will not go around your belly.
Yeah, you take one flight of stairs and you're ready. You want to sit down. You know, you want to do activities with your children and you can't because you're constantly tired or your joints are aching. So the quality of life is not as good compared to someone who is of quote unquote normal weight.
I have a question now that you're here. This is free consultation for me. Na kama mtajibu mtatoka hapa saizi. No, there's a time I had an issue with my metatarsal. Nilikuwa nasikia uchungu because nilikuwa nimekimbia kidogo. Could that have been brought about by the weight?
It's possible.
Yeah.
But also, have you seen a podiatrist?
No, I haven't.
Okay,
Yeah.
you should.
You need to explain who that is before you ask that.
A foot specialist.
Yeah.
That one I can tell you because I know. I googled a lot. But yes, I haven't seen one.
You should, because I mean, it could be anything from plantar fasciitis. It could be you're flat-footed and you don't know. So, I mean, the weight does contribute, yes, but that's also good to look at because even besides losing the weight, you find there's a lot of support that goes into someone who's losing weight because you might need physiotherapy after that.
Okay.
Because previously maybe you had joint or bone issues. Then now Akinyi also has to step in because there's a lot of things. People don't consider the psychology of food as a real thing. You know, you tell them,
The
come and
psychology
do
of?
food.
Food.
Yes.
Food has psychology.
Yes.
Oh, yes. Food means different things to different people. So
It
someone
does.
you may be telling someone that, someone from the coast, we want you to reduce that pilau, for example, or the mahamris. But to them, that is family. When we come together, that's what that brings us together. Perhaps it was, the favorite food that was made when they were young. So what we do is that even nutritionally, you're rearranging the plate to also still keep that connection, but feed that body what it needs for that particular time. And also looking around your lifestyle. Maybe you don't have that active lifestyle, but you still need to lose weight.
Yes.
So we now literally just look and give you a plan that's suited for you. So weight loss is very individual. It's not one size fits all. So you come, we assess, this is what I do, this is what I like, this is how my lifestyle is. And also for the age set that you're in. Yes.
Okay.
So you're saying that all these centuries of people growing food, curating food, and determining what is good for them, that somewhere along the line they didn't, that is what forms what you're calling the psychology of food.
Yes. Food means different things to different people.
There are people, for example, I've had instances where people eat because they're stressed.
Yes.
Yeah. So because you've had a very bad day at work, the first thing you do on your way home, you unataka kufanya kitu you feel good. So you pass by a pizza, store, buy yourself a pizza, go get yourself some cake, and then get a 2-liter soda, go sit before the TV and then just, munch all that food, and then you feel better.
Yes.
Because Siti alikutukana the whole day.
Yeah, to release, those feel-good hormones.
Yeah.
And what happens is that once you start, it is more of releasing it. Then you realize, just like with any addiction, you need more to reach that high. And so you end up eating not because you're even full, but to just get that happiness coming in there.
Do I hear you to be saying that food can be addictive?
Oh, yes.
Food by its nature is addictive.
And it doesn't necessarily have to be... To be, we think of junk food.
Yes.
For someone else, their comfort food, maybe that ugali and, that nyama choma or that mboga. Why? They probably have that connection with that food.
Can someone explain to CT why foods such as sugars are addictive? Because namwambia nadhani ni jokes. You're the nurse in the house.
Yeah.
Help us understand. Am I lying or am I probably misrepresenting that fact?
Not necessarily.
Okay.
The reason you find someone is very addicted to especially sugary food is because sugar tends to dissipate in the body very quickly. So you'll get maybe like your small packet of 5 biscuits. You'll finish those 5. In an hour, all that sugar is already gone. So you need another high to get back to that level of the 5 biscuits you already had. So you add a Fanta, and then you add another 5 biscuits on top. Because the minute you eat it, it starts dissipating. In an hour, you want another one. Then
And when you say the sugar is gone, you mean in the blood?
Yes, it's now in your bloodstream.
All right. Okay.
So you're saying sugar gives me a high,
It does.
and when it gives me that high, I need to top up.
Correct, yes, because it's providing you energy. Glucose is the source of food that gives you energy. So when you have a very quick spike of it, it will go down just as fast, and you'll need to replenish it. So that's why you keep having another sugar item after the other.
Does this explain why children love peremendes and just sugary stuff, whether it's cake, whether it's sweet biscuits like you've mentioned?
Yeah, but also for kids, they're also developing their taste buds. You've been feeding them malenge and all these other things. So now you've introduced now something sweet.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, and it's very new and it's very nice. So they want more of it. And then also, the sugar rush you keep hearing about children when they've had some soda. It's the same thing that happens even in adults, only that for us it's not as pronounced like in children.
Wait. The first time I introduced a lollipop to my baby, that when she was a baby,
you have 2 of them. Which one?
all 2.
Okay.
The first time alionja hivi, you could see the eyes lit up because, like, oh my goodness, what is that you've just given me?
Yes.
Okay.
It is, and also I say the language of love. So most of the individuals I interact with and say, I am a sweet tooth. And sometimes you just go back and tell me, okay, how was food in you? I said, and my father used to come, and he always used to come with exactly like you, chocolates and everything. So each time this person perhaps is even having the blues, the go-to is that particular
thing that made me
Why
happy.
it hits you, yes, to the sugars, as my colleague is saying, Eva, but also it gives you that place of safety. And so even when we are working to have this person perhaps reduce that, craving, then we are doing it in a reduced way, because you cut it off again, you're also cutting off an emotion.
Well, people talk of a sweet tooth. There are those who have a savory tooth. There are people who like salt. I'm one of those people who like salt. So again, if you like salt,
again, you also have introducing hypertension into your system.
Really, how?
You do not introduce it, but if you're predisposed to it, then the salt doesn't make it any better.
What does the salt do to make it either elevate your hypertensive state?
So it increases the amount of electrolytes in your body. So you already have the normal amount that you have. So the electrolytes that we have in our bodies, like sodium, chloride, potassium, and salt is purely sodium chloride. So you're increasing the electrolytes, but you're not having enough water as well to kind of balance it out. So then you tend to find someone who has hypertension and is taking a high salt diet. They're always having a headache because their pressure is constantly high at that point. And then now they have to be on meds.
Yes. Okay. Obesity. Let's define obesity. Who will go first?
I guess I can take that one. So obesity, classified by the WHO, is basically someone who has a BMI of 30 to 35 and above. And BMI is basically your height in meters squared your weight divided by your height in meters squared.
Okay.
And we don't necessarily just treat it from the point of BMI, because even a muscular person has high BMI. So we're looking at it from the point of also your body structure, and there's lab tests that we do as well, because even when we're going through any procedure, your BMI is what is the first one that qualifies you, number one. And then now we look at other factors. Are you suffering from comorbidities?
What?
Comorbidities.
What is that?
Conditions that come together with obesity.
Okay. So morbidity, meaning
hypertension, other diseases that come along with being obese.
Okay.
The condition that predisposes you to these conditions. Yes.
All right.
Yeah, so that's how we classify obesity, and it goes in different classes. So from 26 to 30, we call that overweight. Then 30 to 35 is obese class 1. 36 to 40 is obese class 2. Then 42 to 50 is class 3, And then from 50 going up now is morbidly obese.
Okay, this BMI thing, who came up with it?
You're taking me back to school.
No, I don't want to tell me who actually came up with it. I'm actually asking the question, when you determine such a test, it was tested on people.
Yes.
Were Africans tested on this BMI thing?
I would have to say
Initially,
majorly no. And that's why, Eva is mentioning that it's just not about the BMI. There are other aspects that you look into. The BMI is just an aspect, but it doesn't, I would say, crown it that this is it.
So what else do you look into?
We, as you mentioned, we look at the lab test, isn't it? Because there are other aspects such as thyroidism. Perhaps this person has insulin resistance, right? There's also the part where the weight is coming in because of other mental health issues. Medical.
mental health. Sorry.
Mental health. Yes.
Kabla tupotee your point.
Kabla tupotee your point. What happens when we come to mental health? Perhaps if this person is having prescription medication, it always increases the appetite. We are looking at that as well. But even the mental states, because what happens is that when an individual perhaps is going through stress, maybe there's depression, what happens? Metabolism slows down. The hunger hormone ghrelin is increased. So sometimes we look at patients where, in addition to the treatment that they are taking, we have to manage these other aspects. So it is so holistic, and also the nutrition part of it.
Okay.
So as I mentioned, each person comes in and we look at you
individually.
All right. Yes.
So for the lab test, you take my blood sample, right? You take it here or here?
Here.
Here. Okay. So that means you take a lot of blood, eh?
5 ml, and you have 5 liters.
So you take a vial of my blood, right? And you go test it. You check for fats. You check for those hormones you've spoken of. And so after that, when does treatment start, or when do we start saying that now this is what Mbuvi needs so that we can get him to the ideal weight?
So the first step is to have a consultation with the doctor. So he can determine your medical history, see which procedure would be best for you, because as much as someone might say surgery is the gold standard, it might not be the one that's going to work for you. It might be the balloon, or it could be the endoscopic sleeve.
Balloon?
Yes.
No, I'm fine. It's the cold irritates my...
Okay.
Yes, and as a result of that, it'll come to an end. Just give it time.
Nizime AC?
It's not the AC that is causing it.
All right. Yes.
Yeah, so after now the consultation, the doctor now will prescribe the test that you need to do, and then at that point now he'll qualify you. He'll tell you surgery is what will work for you, or it's the endoscopic sleeve or the balloon or whichever treatment.
So let's talk about the balloon. What is the balloon?
So the balloon is it's a silicone balloon, as the name suggests, and it's placed in the stomach through the mouth, and then we fill it with normal saline, so that keeps you full. So it kind of mimics like you've had a very big meal, so you feel full majority of the time. You still will feel hungry, but you're only able to eat a limited amount of food.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because most of my stomach has been occupied by a balloon.
Yes. Correct,
that has salt water in it.
Yes. So not leave alone the limiting of the amount of food, it also slows down the emptying of your stomach. So that's what keeps you feeling full
for longer. Are we still there?
You're trying to picture it. I can see you. You're trying to visualize it.
So when you put this balloon into my stomach, for someone my weight, my size, hiyo balloon inatoshana aje? Hebu nionyeshe tu na mkono.
Kama zile za 5 bob zilikuwa nunuliwa tule tudogo.
But also we put in enough fluid depending on the size of your stomach, because we are doing it with an endoscope.
Yeah.
So not everybody gets the same amount. Some people will get 500 ml.
Yeah, that's why I use myself as an SI unit.
Yes. So you don't have to do that. I had it myself, and mine was about 450 ml.
So that's like half a liter of soda, more or less.
Yeah, give or take.
Okay.
Yeah.
So when you're putting this balloon, I am awake, am I asleep?
Umeketi ma umesimama.
You're asleep. So we put you under sedation, light sedation, and then because the balloon is quite big, you'll have a gag reflex if you're awake. So we just we put you to sleep, we put you through the mouth, and then once now it's inside your stomach, then now we fill it with the
water.
normal saline.
Yeah. The normal saline, okay.
Yeah.
You keep calling it water. But then why saline? Why not just water? Because after all, inafungwa, si ndio?
Yes, it's sealed.
So inawekwa maji alafu inasiliwa. So why saline water? Why not normal water? Why not my favorite whiskey? Like why water?
Normal saline is the standard fluid that we use for most of our procedures. So normal saline is the one that works best. And then also we add a dye in it to because the balloon and the water are the same color. So you could easily be pouring the water into the stomach instead of the balloon if anything has gone wrong with the production of that balloon per se, let's say that. And also it in any case that the balloon is leaking, then your urine will turn blue. That will tell us that we need to remove it.
There's a problem, so we need to solve. Okay.
What is special about this balloon?
Silicone.
There's nothing really special about it per se. It's just a tool that helps you not eat that much. And then even with the balloon, there's different types. There's some that stay for 6 months. There's some that stay for 1 year. There's others that dissolve on their own, so you don't have to have it removed again.
Hey.
Yeah.
Inaenda wapi?
Hey, bwana.
Yeah.
Okay.
Let's start again. What is the balloon made of?
It's made of silicone.
Carry on.
No, it's made of silicone.
What is silicone?
Silicone is like a form of polyurethane, like I don't say plastic, but a lighter version of it. So the essence is that it should be strong enough not to burst in your stomach. Yeah.
And how is it tested to determine that it will not burst in someone's stomach?
Usually we can tell when we're doing the insertion because it starts leaking immediately. We can tell this
I'm
one.
talking before the insertion. Because by the time you're inserting something in someone's body, it must have been tested to determine that
The
it can be
quality
put in the
standards.
body. Yes, exactly. How do you determine this?
From our end, as the ones doing the procedure, it's not.
You buy the product.
Yes.
And when those who make it, what are the guarantees that they give you? The person who's going, you're the end user.
I think the brands that we use, these are brands that are reputable, and we have not had any incidents, that anything did burst. Yeah, but
So they've been
reputable
tested
brands,
elsewhere,
yes.
and it has been determined that whatever
It
you
is
say they
usable.
will do is exactly what
Exactly.
they do. Okay, one of these odd situations which don't normally occur,
Yeah.
it bursts.
Immediately we go to theater and remove it.
So let's say I'm in the office right now and I have that balloon inserted.
Yes.
So I'm just working normally and then it bursts. Will I know it has burst because there's an explosion in my stomach, or there's a sudden influx of fluid in my stomach, or it's when I go to the toilet and then I realize, oh, my urine is blue. My urine is blue. Then I'm like, hey, I have to rush. So do I leave work immediately? Do I tell CT carry on?
Yes.
No.
Then I just rush to the hospital.
Exactly. Yeah. It doesn't have like a sound or necessarily a feeling because it's not like a big explosion. It starts with a small hole. So maybe the material was too light and your stomach acid made like a small hole in it. So then now when you go to the loo, because it's water, you'll definitely want to go to the toilet.
Yes.
Then now you'll see the blue and stop whatever you're doing, call the doctor, immediately go to theater, because the risk of you not going is that it could travel downwards into your intestines, and that makes it difficult for us to remove it endoscopically. That now would have to be a full-on
Huge
operation.
surgery. Okay. Makes sense. Have you been answered?
I have been, but the answer brings even more questions to my mind. Have you had cases where the balloon has burst?
So far, no.
Okay.
We've had leaks, yes, but not bursting.
If I am traveling to Mombasa, I'm at a place called Makindu, and it suddenly bursts, what do I do?
You'd need to contact...
You have a hotline, or you have a line that somebody can call.
Yes.
And then you'll ask me to go to the nearest health facility.
Yes. As long as they can perform an endoscopic procedure, they should be able to remove it.
Endoscopic?
Yeah.
And let's not forget.
In Makindu.
Let's not forget, SHA wakona 922, that emergency ambulance that was launched by the president 2 days ago. Yeah. So if it bursts in Makindu and you call SHA and SHA doesn't show up, then now we will know something different.
Why I ask these questions is this. My concern is not its efficacy. That's not my concern. No, my concern is when it doesn't work as prescribed, because that possibility always exists. That is why I'm asking the question. Yes. In the event that it does, like for instance, when you are taking care of a patient, you don't intend harm, but in the event that harm occurs, what do you do? Yes.
Yeah.
That is why I was asking the question.
So we said there's a balloon, and then there's something else you said before. I don't. It was you who was explaining. There's something else you said.
So we do that's on the non-surgical side. We have the balloon, and then we have also what we call the endoscopic sleeve. It's basically we fold your stomach inwards and suture it. So it forms like...
Sorry. You do my what?
We suture, tunashona.
And I know suture, yes.
Yeah, so we fold it inwards, and then we suture it.
Yeah.
Basically, we're reducing the amount of stomach you have for food. So we're making it smaller.
Normally, how big is... Okay, for someone like me, how big do you think my stomach is?
It's hard to estimate. You have to go in and see.
No, okay.
How do you measure the size of the stomach?
When we're inside, the doctor usually can determine the size. Yeah. So then now he decides how much to fill, because also if you overfill the balloon, you'll never ever be able to keep anything done. You'll be constantly vomiting. If it's too small, then there's not enough restriction for you to lose the weight you want to lose.
No, I'm actually asking on the sleeve part. Yeah. So you folded my stomach. So basically, you open my tummy. Uko ndani.
Nope, it's all done through the mouth.
Bwana, hii ni uchawi gani?
No, they explained it.
So you get in there, you fold my stomach. So ilikuanga hivi mnaikunja hivi sasa inakuwa 3/4 for example.
Yes. Then those sutures will stay in place for 3 to 5 years.
What that your thread inatengenezwa na nini? What is it made of?
It's made of, it's called an absorbable suture. So eventually it will come off, but it won't affect you. It's not like the stitches that need to be removed. So they'll come apart on their own after the 3, 4, 5 years.
3, 4, 5 years.
Yeah.
Then they will be dissolved in the body.
Yeah, and then now, yes, your appetite might come back or it might not, depending also on how you change your lifestyle after the procedure.
Yes,
because with any weight loss, whether it's exercise or the procedures we do, if you're not making any changes to how you eat, how you exercise, the weight will come back very easily.
Okay, this one comes to you now. When this process is taking place, essentially, you have altered the way I've been functioning.
Yes.
You have altered the way I've been relating to food and what it has been, how it has been relating to my body. How do you measure and monitor the outcomes of this procedure? Because there'll be an outcome.
Yes. So what happens? Maybe I take you through what we take our bariatric patients. So prior to the procedure itself, we have to prepare you mentally. You have to understand the treatment so that you can make it and work together with the treatment, as Eva is mentioning. So we take them through understanding this is what will happen, this is what you need to prepare, because they prepare 2 weeks before dietary. And after, I always say for the bariatric patients, your weight loss journey begins after. That's where the work is. Because it's like you're coming back into a baby. From how you're eating, from what you're thinking. So the first thing is that getting accustomed to how food is after. Some experience some food aversions. So you're starting to create new relationships with food. How you eat slower, you eat less. The mind was not quite used to that. Of course, after the procedure, physical activity is gently introduced and you continue on with life. But basically, your relationship with food is something you're having to learn again and move with it. And remember, again, we are coming from different cultures, and I still want to eat my ugali, isn't it? I want to eat still my osuga. How am I able to do that even after the surgery? So working with that patient in that lifestyle change, cognitive, the mind, and also behavior is very, very important. And we've seen once we work with them, I always joke with them and say, after some 5 months, they're blue ticking us. You're like, are you okay? 2 blue ticks. I'm like, okay, then you're okay. And then now, once they do that, I normally ask them, what's your goal? Weight. And so we work with them to meet that goal weight. And also, as Eva is mentioning, the part of I will maintain it and be confident that I'll be able to maintain it. So with the bariatric surgery, your weight loss journey is beginning immediately after, because of the changes that you're you're meant to make. And then there's something you mentioned, the physiology. A lot is changing.
Yes, it is.
Yes, a lot is changing. You may find mood dips are happening because, there's what the mind or the body was used to, and now it's going down. So we help also revolve around that with your plate as well, and also just the mind preparation of it. Yes.
Okay, mood. So what are the common responses or reactions that people have to this procedure? Okay, you mentioned mood swings. What else?
There's, of course, the side effects that come with whichever procedure you've chosen to do.
Like?
That includes nausea and or vomiting. There's abdominal cramping. There could be acidity for some people. Other people may experience either diarrhea or constipation. Usually they last for about 2 to 3 days and they resolve. Even for surgery, because surgery you're discharged after 2 nights.
Hey. Okay.
Yes.
In 2018, I lost weight. I was actually bigger than this. I was looking for this photo, and I didn't do any of the procedures that you've spoken of. I just cut off fats, cut off sugars, I cut off carbohydrates, like completely. Stopped eating ugali, stopped eating chapati, stopped eating anything that was carbohydrates. Ata ndoma, as much as it's healthier. I didn't eat those things for about 5 months. And I lost over 30 kgs, to that particular weight. Then, of course, nikasahau nikarudisha mwili.
Yes.
Nilipata mtu kwa nyumba ambaye alikuwa anapika 24/7. Sasa hiyo ndio hapo ndipo shida iliingilia.
Hapana.
Siti ni story yangu ama ni yako? Wewe ndio ulikuwa na mtu ama ni mimi?
Were you being forced fed?
Exactly.
So when you meet a patient like me now, I mean, how do you ensure that this person maintains, yet the life has changed, the lifestyle has changed? Like I said, there was an addition of someone in my life, so that hakuna venye angepika nikatae kukula, angekasirika, si mnajijua tu. So how do you have a conversation with the patient like that one?
Around that, and that's what I was mentioning, is that we first identify what has contributed to the weight. There's something you mentioned when you began the weight loss journey.
Yes.
I cut this, I did this.
Yeah.
You cut all that. First of all, for your weight loss journey to be, is it sustainable? So the question is, what we are doing, was it sustainable?
Yeah.
And sustainable revolving around your lifestyle. Then next is, you need to know, what do I need to feed this body? And it will differ from all of us. And in what proportions am I meant to feed this body? We talk of something called mindful eating. And mindful eating is that all the foods we eat are important, but in what ratio are we meant to feed for your particular body, dependent on your age, dependent on your height, dependent on also your lifestyle. So you can still, eat the food and all that, but how are you balancing it around your plate?
Okay.
Yes.
Hapo kidogo inakuanga tricky.
Why?
Hiyo chakula ikishaekelewa kwa meza huwezi irudisha.
Funny enough, people who are in couples tend to lose weight faster and easier than people who are single.
Yes.
Because your partner keeps you accountable. Because you've made this decision and they told you probably, see, when the to gym. And you're like, no, this is what will work for me. So now it has to work for you. And you have no choice at that point. So if they see you going to bite a piece of it, like, apana, you're not supposed to. So you have an accountability partner in the house.
I'll add on to that, the successful rate, especially in men, when they have their significant others, it could be maybe a partner, or it could be even the nuclear family, extended family, and they come in for the whole consultation, they hit their goals faster.
Okay.
They actually hit their goals faster. Yes. I see a question coming.
Yes, there's a question coming. What are the age sets that you've seen come for these procedures in larger numbers?
That's usually between 29 to about 40.
That's the vast majority. And there are some who come to you who are above 40.
Yes.
Yes, we do get the
Even
age set
60.
of 40
Even
to
60.
60. The demographic, the females, of course, higher. For the males, they would come, especially for the males, when they do come, for the weight loss treatment, they're looking at quality of life. Quality of life dependent on two factors: their family and their work. And normally when we have the session and we are exploring, when it comes to their health or anything that is affecting the health of the male, when we look at it, induced mostly by two factors: their work and anything related to family. Remember, family, not necessarily that it is marital, but anything to do with either his nuclear or his extended family or work. Mm-hmm.
And which is the greater influence, this mythical larger family that you're speaking of, or is it the personal relationship that they have?
When I look at it, I mean, what I normally see, the larger family, because you realize perhaps for this male, other than just who he has to relate with, his life is also tied to the extended. And remember, we are more of a patriarchal society. So I'm talking about the cases that are to us. Yes.
My question was related to what you've seen, and what you've experienced. And what about the women? What it is that brings them
for the women? When the weight loss comes, it is tied to the experiences that they have gone through. So I've had situations where you find, when we are talking with the women, and I would ask, when did this weight begin? What was happening around that time? And you realize for this particular person, a particular experience came. It could be a loss, and loss not necessarily a person. They lost some other aspect of their life.
Like a relationship?
Yes, even a relationship. I've seen trauma. I've seen depression. And once they unpack, just to say, and this happened, then the scale starts going down. So for the women, it's different.
You know what I find interesting is if I look at people who lived a traditional life, very rarely would you find obesity. Rarely. So is it what they ate, how often they ate, the times they ate, and then the activities that they were involved in?
Yes.
Because if you find communities that are still traditional, it is very difficult to find an obese individual. And it's not that they don't eat. They go about their business. Then there's the question of the metabolic system you're born with. How does this work when it comes to issues relating to weight loss?
The metabolism, and my colleague will also add, is that normally that's something we also look at. Because if you have a slow metabolism, those are the people here. I mean, you look at them and I work out. My plate is okay. Why am I not losing the weight? So there are different things, that slow down metabolism. For me, it's like, hormones. Or there could also just be some aspect that's not okay that needs to be looked at. So even in weight loss, you're trying to look at increasing that metabolism so that the ability to burn, the calories faster. As I mentioned, stress it can really just slow down, because what the body is doing is that it's trying to comfort. So it's wondering, where are we going to the gym? Where are we working out? Where are we not eating the food that's making us happy? And so it's also slowed down. So there are different factors that affect that. And what happens is that if it's below 10, because there's normally a scale, then you need to, get to medical doctor to look into that aspect. Optimum would be around 18, 19, 17, 18, 19, above 15 basically.
I've heard of this, maybe as you add on to what the councillor is saying, of this issue of PCOS, polycystic ovarian syndrome. How does it contribute to weight gain, especially in women, only in women?
So it what it does is it increases certain hormones in your body that tend to keep the weight. So like estrogen. So you find yourself, you're even eating once a day. But yeah, you're eating once a day.
You're
but
obese.
Yes, because your body is basically hoarding the food. Then for other conditions, like to add on to what you're saying, is sometimes your physiology changes in that the more you start to eat, now your hunger hormone tends to go up while your satisfaction goes down. So you find yourself constantly eating because your brain is sending more of the hunger signals than the satisfaction signals. So it's not that necessarily you're hungry. Your physiology has changed because of how you're conditioning it slowly. Because today you're having 5 biscuits, tomorrow you have 7, the next day you have 10. Because now you're altering your hormones so your hunger keeps going up while your satisfaction goes down. So even now, what we are doing when we do the procedures is we are correcting that.
Yes.
Yeah, because your body is kind of tricked into thinking that you're full. So your hunger hormone has to now go down, and your satisfaction hormones go up.
regulating them, because sometimes they can fail, like a brick they can fail. So you realize, like for example, the hunger hormone ghrelin is constantly being produced, and so you're finding this person they are
Constantly
eating, and you're
eating.
like, yeah, and that perhaps mtu akuza huku kunywa madawa ya minyo, you know, kind of a thing. But this person is constantly eating, and for some the leptin signal that says you're full is not working as well. So as she's mentioning also, you know, the treatment, the surgery, it rectifies that. Yes.
Hold on. So there's a way I can tamper with my, well, not tamper really, but I can tweak my metabolism by either slowing it or increasing it using medicines or drugs or something. I can just swallow and then it either fastens it. Is that, do we have such a situation?
Well, that's in development as far as we know, because what is there currently is the medication, the GLP-1s and the GIPs that help to regulate those hormones and how hungry you feel and how much you're able to eat at one point. So the same companies are now developing in the pill form.
Okay.
Yeah.
Someone is asking, this is Boniface. Boniface anauliza how they can add weight.
Well, that's more of nutrition. So you just have a sit down with a nutritionist so they can understand what your regular meals are and what they need to change for you in order to start gaining the weight.
Me, I've met people who eat aki wanakula. Na nikisema kukula, we more or less eat the same diet. The ugalis of this world and the chapatis and the cakes and the biscuits, you know, the milk. If it's nyama choma tunakula, lakini jamaa bwana. Nasi ati anaenda gym.
Ni pali naenda.
Okay, not 1 GB, si 1 GB, lakini like venye alikuwa January ndivyo yuko December. So I look at this person and I'm asking, and we have the same lifestyle. No one is going to the gym. We're probably on the same level of sedentary, but you're like, mimi nikienda kwa kipimi nimeongeza kilo 10. If anything, unaona I lose 0.5 kg and you're like, is there something this person does at night when we're asleep that I do not know of?
Well, it's possible. You never know. But also there's the fact that metabolism is different for everyone. The same way, even like City has mentioned, people who have a more traditional lifestyle they still eat as much as someone who's sedentary, but they're not gaining as much.
And they're using the energy. I mean, the energy they are consuming is commensurate to the work that they do.
Okay.
So they don't have an excess of that energy, which is normally being stored as fat.
Does genetics play any part in all this?
Yes, it does. It does. If there's a predisposition to weight in a family, then yes.
Sasa nimejua mali nilirogwa. Nimejua.
So sio nani? It's not the other person in the house now.
No, it's not the other person in the house.
It's a combo. It's a combo.
It's a
of history and being force-fed.
It's a combo. Now, there is another procedure that I've heard of, liposuction. Or does it have a different name here in Kenya? Liposuction.
Yeah.
What is liposuction?
Just as the name suggests, we are sucking out fat. So
you're doing what?
Sucking fat out of the body.
Why?
Because someone wants a flat stomach. So we do the liposuction. So that can be done either like on your arms, on your abdomen, or on your back. So simply we make small
incisions.
Yes, small incisions to suck the fat out. And even for that, you still have to meet optimal BMI. Because there's no point in someone who's, let's say, 120 kgs and you've just done simply lipo on the stomach, because now if they've not also changed how they eat, then the fat will start to deposit in other places. You'll find now your back is getting bigger, or it's not depositing in your arms, or it's now in your hips, because it's not necessarily going to the stomach as quickly now because you already had the liposuction. So usually we recommend that at least have BMI of 30 before you can proceed with liposuction.
And is liposuction like a permanent solution? Ama eventually ninaweza nona tena after mshato ya mafuta yote. Nitanona tena.
Yeah.
So mtoe alafu nirudishe.
But bro, there's no relationship between this, what you've just described. You know, it's you who eats and it's you who brings the back. So, you know. This is just a system that drains it out. But if you continue eating the way you're eating,
Yeah, the holistic.
it will come back.
Amwezi funga hizo mifereji.
Ndio hii mfereji iko hapa.
Na ndio kwa maana we say when you're coming in, it's holistic. It's not just about the procedure. The nutrition is here, then the habits is here, because you want to sustain, you know, what you have come in, what you have come in for. So as he's mentioning, kuna kazi, there's something, you know, else to be done. Yes.
It's a lot of work, man.
Hey, bana, enda to gym. Lakini so, for example, do you also do liposuction at your clinic?
Yes, we do.
Okay. So once I come for the liposuction, I live there. How many? Someone like me, I think I'm now at 100 kilograms, maybe 105. So if I come there, how many kgs are you sucking out?
That's determined by the surgeon. Yeah.
Okay.
Because he might, yeah.
How safe is this procedure?
Out of most cosmetic procedures, liposuction is one of the safest. The most dangerous is, of course, the Brazilian butt lift.
The who?
The Brazilian butt lift is usually the most dangerous.
Why are Brazilians being attached to this?
Why are they lifting your butt?
Yes.
Because Neymar, who plays for the Brazilian team, is very strong. Anyway,
I want to understand. Brazilian butt lift.
Yes. So it's basically a lift and also increasing of your behind.
Increasing?
Of the bum bum.
Increasing?
Yes, increasing.
I see. There are people who want their bums increased.
Yeah.
And for what reason?
Aesthetics.
Oh, I see.
Maybe you've seen your significant other on Instagram looking at ladies with that bigger proportion and like, okay, you know what? Let me do it for him.
So
or even it's for yourself.
Why don't you just look for that person in a bigger proportion?
No, you see, maybe unampenda, uko na yeye. Lakini you constantly are looking at women who have got bigger behinds.
Bro, you know that's a contradiction already. Unampenda and you're constantly looking. So which is which?
The duality of man, I guess.
The duality of man.
What can you explain it?
All right, Paul, go ahead and explain.
So, uko na udem. Sawa. Udem, hapa nyuma ni flatron. Unaona? Yani, shwa. Okay? Yeah.
No such thing.
Sasa, lakini kila wakati ukiwa hivi kwa supermarket unaangalianga tu wajaluo wakipita hivi. Sasa udem ana realize maybe anapendanga hii kitu ikiwa kubwa. So anaenda kwa kina Eva hapa, Eva wanaenda wanajalizilia huko nyuma, alafu sasa unaacha kuangalia wajaluo, unaanza kuangalia yeye. Umeelewa mbona inafanywa?
I understand what you're saying.
Like Akinya said, una focus.
I understand what you're saying. I even understand the logic behind it. You see, if you're talking about preferences for body size, if you have a preference, you have a preference. Okay, it may not even be logical to someone else, but that is your preference. So why then would you have a preference and then seek other preferences? Then it means that was not your preference.
Yeah, people change their mindset.
Yeah.
You might want an iPhone today, then tomorrow you no longer want it. You want a Samsung.
No. Relationships cannot be. I mean, you cannot exemplify a relationship.
Ndio shida watu wako 75 years. Hawaonangi vitu venye tunaziona. So haezi elewa hii story.
75 years is a figment of his imagination.
Yeah, you don't look a day over 50.
No.
Bro, Monsieur.
Yeah. So you said lipo is the safest of them all.
One of the safest.
Or
yes.
one of the safest.
Every medical procedure comes with its own risks. There isn't one that is 100% safe. You could go for a tooth extraction and something goes wrong, you know.
Yeah.
Any medical procedure. Yeah. So the only thing we can do is help you to meet the conditions that will make the surgery safe.
I've heard also of gastric bypass. Do you guys do that as well?
Yes, we do.
What is gastric bypass?
So we have our surgeon. He's called Professor Almantas. He's been in this industry for about 30 years. And he's been doing the gastric bypass and the gastric sleeve for patients. So what usually is done is the stomach is cut into a small portion, like about 30% of its original size, and then it's rerouted towards the your small intestine.
Yeah.
And then we don't take out the remaining part. It remains because we still need the stomach juices that you're producing, the hydrochloric acid and everything else. So they'll meet the food further down. So what the new stomach is doing is basically, since it's smaller, you can only eat a small amount of food. If you used to eat, let's say 10 spoons, you're only able to eat 3 and you're full.
Yeah.
We? So munakata tumba yangu, muna connect directly to the small intestine. Muna bypass the big ones.
Yes. No, we don't bypass the big one. Eventually your food will still go to the big one.
Chakula inaanzianga, si inaingianga kwa stomach, then from the stomach inaingia kwa the large one?
No, small.
Bro, vile mimi nasikia kitu. It's like the bypass.
Ruiru bypass.
Southern, northern, western.
Bypass.
Yes.
So bala upitie Thika super highway, unatoka tu Mombasa road straight to Kamakis.
No, this one now I think is the expressway. Because yes, unaenda tu zup na unafika mahali unafika. And yet all these routes ziko but you'll still get to where you want to go.
Yeah.
Yes.
And you're saying that these things are they've worked and people have lost weight.
Yes, you tend to find even 10, 15 years later, someone is still able to keep the weight down because your capacity to eat is not changing at that point.
So, will these procedures, any of them, from the lipo to the balloon to the gastric bypass to the folding of my stomach, when I am now, 120 like CT, will I have problems?
No. Because the better you eat, of course, the better your life is moving forward.
No, because of will the procedure wake me up 120 years old, sasa nianze kupata mashida zenye zilikuja na hii procedure because sasa nimezeeka, suddenly now my stomach is misbehaving, suddenly the places that you had removed mafuta from are now suffering, baridi kiingia, I can't even sit down because you punctured by bam.
No.
Yeah.
No. Especially for the bariatrics, the weight loss procedures.
Yeah.
No.
Okay.
There's something that one has to ask.
Yes.
I am assuming that this service is free.
I wish they were, but they're not. Because I believe everyone deserves to lose weight if they want to.
Yes.
Whichever the method they choose.
I thought this was a service that you're providing for humanity.
If possible, we could, but there are charges that come with it. So for surgery at our clinic, we charge
let's not go to surgery first.
Okay.
Usually, you come in,
yes,
and there's a story that you tell, and then they charge you for telling this story. You're not telling them the story that they're charging you. You're that one. In that consultations.
Consultation.
Sasa hiyo. Kwanza na consultation.
Okay. So consultation, we do it in 2 ways. We do it virtually. If you're not able to make it to the clinic, someone maybe is in Mombasa or they haven't gotten time from the office. So for that, we charge 2,000.
Why Mombasa? Why not Turkana? Because that one makes more sense.
Even Turkana. Wherever you are.
Just go on, yes.
So we charge 2,000 for the virtual or online consultations and 4,000 for in-person consultation.
Okay. Okay, now let's go to the surgery now as you are going. That will take a surgery, yes.
Yes, so for surgery we charge 750,000. That covers...
Sorry, how much?
This is in Uganda shillings, right?
Only 750,000.
It's in our beautiful currency.
We have to ask again, 750.
Ugandan shillings.
No, that's perfectly all right. Is that before or after discount?
That is before.
Okay. So now.
So tunaweza ongea.
Hatuwezi kosana.
Eva, someone is saying that nilikuharakisha when you said that you took the balloon, or rather you used the balloon. Why did you need to balloon?
Initially I'd been able to lose the weight even without the balloon because I was doing my nutrition, watching my food. I was going to the gym 4 times a week, but I reached a point where I had plateaued. I'd already lost 19 kgs by that point.
19?
But yes.
Wait, from what to what?
I was around almost 90 kgs at that point.
Okay, all right. So you realized ume plateau, so you went for the balloon.
Yeah, I was like, I need something to push the remaining weight off because at that point now I was around 74 kgs and given my height, 74 doesn't sound like a lot. But when you're as anatomically compact as me, 74 is a lot.
Okay.
Yeah, so I needed to lose a bit more, so I decided to go the balloon route.
But you're not vertically challenged. Not
really. A little bit.
No. No. There are people who are vertically challenged. Yes.
I'll introduce you to... There's a guy who takes photos here. Utamwona.
Okay.
So you lost with the balloon. How many more did you lose?
I lost 16 kgs.
Okay.
Yeah.
So total you lost about 35 kgs.
30, somewhere there about.
35. kg.
So
A whole person.
with the exercise plus the balloon 35 zikaenda tu hivyo.
Yes.
Alright. Kuna mtu anauliza hapa, I am 80 kgs, I want to lose 70 kilograms.
80
I want to go to 70, sorry. I'm 80, I want to go to 70. How can I get in touch with them?
So they can reach us on our numbers. Am I allowed to?
Yes, you're allowed.
Okay. So they can reach us on 0711 728 728. Or they can also check our website. It's called nods.ke.
Repeat that.
NORDS.ke.
Okay.
Yeah.
Last one, Chris anauliza, how long will butt lifting take? Anataka kupeleka demu yake. How long will butt lifting take for you to regain your normal health?
Well, I mean, I'm guessing he's referring to recovery. Yeah, it takes about 2 to 3 weeks for recovery. Of course, there's the instances where now if they have to move around, there's the maneuvering around that. But generally, they can do most things. It's not like they're bedridden.
Other than sitting down.
Exactly, yeah.
Yani hakuna kuketi.
You see, even after surgery, what we do is we make sure you get up and start walking as soon as you can.
Okay. Sawa. Ladies, we've come to the end. Thank you so much. Is there something, Councillor Tumeacha, maybe you would like to give us a parting shot?
My parting shot is that for every weight loss journey, let it be holistic. Not just the treatment, look at the nutrition, look at the habits, because the goal is not just to reach your weight, which you will, but to maintain and avoid weight regain. So think holistically and have a plan when you're starting your weight loss journey.
All right. Nas?
Like I said before, everyone deserves to lose weight, no matter the method. So don't feel shame or guilt for picking one method over the other. As long as it works for you, that's what you need to do.
All right. Thank you so much. Hapo ndio tutawaachia for now. Na in case watu wakuja huko na kuwe na success stories, tafadhali waambieni wapitie hapa.
Hata wewe unaweza kuja. You're very welcome.
Yeah, I'll need to do a lot of consultation. Because
we don't hurry them.
The one who force feeds me, maybe anataka nikae hivi.
Okay,
so,
okay.
Kuja tu na yeye.
Lazima nimuulize, lakini tutakuja na yeye.
Asante.
Shukran sana.
Thank you for having us.
So much
Karibu
for having
sana.
us.
Next we are hosting Advocate of the High Court. He's a political analyst as well. He's been here before. It's Kefa Ojijo. Stick around to find out what the conversation is all about.
This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. Today marks 28 years since the 1998 bombing of the U.S. Embassy in Nairobi, one of the deadliest terrorist attacks in Kenya's history. On August 7th, 1998, a truck carrying explosives was detonated outside the U.S. Embassy along Moi Avenue, killing 213 people, including Kenyans, American citizens, and embassy staff. Thousands of others were injured in the blast, which also caused major damage to buildings in Nairobi's central business district. Investigations later linked the attack to Al-Qaeda operatives. The bombing remains one of the darkest moments in Kenya's history. The family of the late psychiatrist, Dr. Victoria Ndetei Mutiso, says it has forgiven those responsible for her killing. Speaking during a memorial service at Sitam Church in Nairobi, her husband, Professor David Musimi Ndetei, said the family has chosen to leave justice to God as they mourn her loss. Family, friends, and colleagues also paid a tribute to Dr. Mutiso, remembering her life and service.
She was very happy, and I knew there was a moshene coming. And by that 9:39, I called her. She didn't pick up. I wasn't worried because I knew probably the phone was in her bag. I got to the office. I called her again at 10. She didn't respond.
She left behind a world that was full of chaos, one that was cruel to one of the sweetest souls that the sun has ever sustained. And I realized that on the evening she passed on, the moon was the brightest it has ever been in my entire life. It was a partly cloudy night.
If you're caught wearing camouflage or any security uniform without official authority, you risk being arrested, says Interior Cabinet Secretary Kipchumba Murkomen. Murkomen has directed police to crack down on individuals impersonating security officers and misusing the image of Kenya's security agencies. The CS warned that the government will not tolerate people dressing like security personnel to deceive the public, provide illegal security services, or infiltrate political gatherings.
I have told the Inspector General of Police he must move with speed and arrest all criminals that wear camouflage uniforms, pretending to be special operating groups or police officers and, conning Kenyans, or pretending to be providing security in political gatherings, while in real sense they are goons wearing uniforms or jungle uniform that looks like those that are worn by our security officers.
Nairobi Senator Edwin Sifuna wants the Senate to intervene over the declined state of Mount Elgon and its national park. Sifuna says the area is facing biodiversity loss and deforestation and wants the Senate committee to look into restoring the ecosystem, managing resources and supporting local communities. He has also raised concerns over 5% tax on imported cage fish, saying it could increase production costs and discourage investment in fish farming.
Despite being a globally acclaimed heritage site and a critical water tower, this ecosystem has suffered great neglect. Persistent logging, illegal encroachment, and other illicit activities threaten biodiversity, the sustainability of the Nzoia River, livelihoods downstream, and the growth of tourism in Trans Nzoia County. As things stand, this vital resource has not been accorded the management or investment befitting its potential as a major national income earner. In the statement, the committee should address the following: the current state of Mount Elgon and its national park, specifically detailing biodiversity loss over the last 10 years, the extent of deforestation, and the exact acreage of the natural resource that remains sustainably protected from encroachment.
And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning. I'm Winnie Maganga.
Sports on Radio Generation.
Good morning, I'm Samuel Otieno. The Brazil midfielder Vinicius Jr. has signed a new 6-year contract with Real Madrid, keeping him at the club until 2032. The 26-year-old, whose previous deal was set to expire next year, had attracted interest from other clubs including Arsenal. Real Madrid confirmed the contract extension on Thursday, with Vinicius saying he's happy to continue his journey at the Bernabeu. Bayer Leverkusen is set to complete the signing of Argentine defender Facundo Medina from Marseille in a deal reportedly worth about 25 million euros, including bonuses. The 27-year-old centre-back, who featured for Argentina during their World Cup campaign, is expected to join the German club after his holiday. Medina is set to sign a long-term contract that will keep him at Leverkusen until 2031. And that's your sports update on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Samuel Otieno.
Sports on Radio Generation. The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the guests and do not necessarily reflect the views of Radio Generation. Radio Generation assumes no responsibility or liability for the interviewee's views. This is Radio Generation. In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast. Curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast. Your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights. Radio Generation.
Welcome back. It is now 10 minutes past 8 o'clock. My name is Mungala Mbuvi. This is the People's Breakfast. How are you doing? I can see Victor Lesesuyan, Mujukua Bunduki, Michael Olande, Chris for War, kuna Legal Matters, Ken Mugolo, Boniface Marube, kuna Kadhonzweni 007, Orange House 2011, alafu wengine sijaona wanaume wamejapa kama venye mumejaa leo. Yani hata mutaki ku lose weight, lakini mulikuanga very attentive, which is a very good thing. So Super Mwamba as well, Peter Chemurosoi, I hope nimesema vizuri. And then there's Luis Rudasingwa na wale wengine I think nilikuwa nimewasalimia hapo awali. So welcome to Friday. Welcome to Radio Generation. This is the People's Breakfast. And we want to get into the conversation for this particular hour. Of course, we are getting into something called politics. No, it's because I have seen something here that I will comment on later on. Kuna mtu amesema kitu and then I'll respond when the time is right. Kuna unawajua tu. Lakini kwenye studio tuko na Kefo Jijo. Kefo Jijo is an advocate of the High Court, but also for today's conversation he's a political analyst. Kefa, karibu sana tena once again. Ulikuja huku kapotea, sijui ulimezwa na Linda Mwananchi ama ulimezwa na DCP ama ulimezwa na Stephen Kalonzo Musyoka. Where did you go to, bro?
Kuna ile chama nyingine ndio
UDA. Yes. Mara kuna Renaissance. Yes. Kwanza nimekuwa nikiona watu jana mabawabu security guards went to State House. Na niona mtu kama wewe hapo. Why you
yeye mmoja wale ambao wanawakilisha.
Tunawakilisha bwana, tunasaidia huko.
Uko na mwili ya security guard.
Ukiambia uende unatafuta tu uniform unavaa unaenda.
Na ukifika hapo unasema tu mheshimiwa rais, sisi tunaomba yako tu. Yani utupatie hata tuanze kuita cadets, corporal.
Utoe hii jina ya watchman utuite security officers.
Yeah, and the president actually said going forward asisikie watchman akitajwa mahali. There's a name they have been given.
But actually there is a union that they have who already pronounced themselves on that matter.
Yes.
They said, look, these are individuals who should stop calling them watchmen. Call them security officers.
Yes. So, they now have that title.
Too. Security are also watching over us.
No.
They felt like it was demeaning.
Because it's not just watchman. No, we changed. We used to call them soldiers.
Huh? Soldier.
Soldier. Just like, for instance, a driver and a pilot. You see?
Kwa mtu wa bodaboda alitoka pilot.
Pilot anakuja.
The way they maneuver. Anyway, lawyers mutafika State House lini? Every group is going.
Sisi hatuitwi.
Mawakili bwana.
Kura yetu ni kidogo sana.
But how many lawyers are registered with them this Kenya?
35,000.
Okay.
Not even that much. Yes. So unaona hiyo kura that hiyo utafanya.
No, 35,000 ni wengi.
Lakini bro, our security officers when walikuwa jana State House, they were about 27,000 according to the president.
Yes, 27,000.
Yeah, so LSK mnafaa kusema haki yetu.
Sisi pia tuende. Acha tutafute.
Si wanasemanga bwana hiyo pesa ni yenu bwana.
Watu wanapewa bahasha wakitoka huko, si ndio?
Huko wana venye mashake walienda huko wakatoka huko bana. Kila mtu anatoka hapa akisema tu alhamdulillah. Siti patia Kefa methali alafu tuingie kwa mambo yale mengine.
Okay. Our proverbs for this week come from the kingdom of Morocco. He came to help her with her eyeliner, but blinded her.
Very nice. One more time. You can repeat that.
He came to help her with her eyeliner.
Blinded.
It's not but and blinded her.
And blinded her. That's very interesting.
Tuambie maoni yako.
Yes.
What are your views on this particular proverb?
Now, that proverb's translated, if I translate that proverb to our current situation, and I will relate it to our political position as it is. You know, the way they say, wanasiasa wanakuja na zile vizuri wanaambia tunaenda kufanya hii mnakubali kweli bali hii inakaa vizuri nitakuja nitafanyia hii. You see, but when they come exactly the things you least expected they're going to do is now what they're doing with impunity.
You, my friend, are thinking just like me.
Exactly.
Na tunakubaliana kabisa.
Na siti anasemaje?
Unajua, when it comes to personal interpretation, Paul had one that I had not considered and I liked it. He said that in the process of helping her with the eyeliner, he assumed it is a man helping a lady. He said it represents the attention and the concern the man is positioning and directing towards the ladies. So the blinding comes in after that attention. The lady can't see anybody else. And you know you too. Because this fellow has treated her so well. Yes.
Amemuuza kwa box mbaya.
Yes.
Edna anasema hiyo Proverbs iti ni kama kale kabahasha kajana State House.
Ndio hiyo.
Ndio eyeliner.
Yeah, hiyo ndio eyeliner. Sasa now they are blinded. Uwezi sema tuta, uwezi sema Walter Avenue sasa ni tuta.
Unaweza pigwa rungu.
After umekula.
Bado sasa ama security officers wakifika nyumbani akisikia hata mtosi anasema one time anamuuliza boss unataka kulala vizuri wewe ama unataka ni kama unataka shita. Anyway, so thank you for that Bwana Ojijo. Tuingie kwa conversation ya leo. Ethnicity, regional politics and formation of coalitions ahead of 2027. Let's start with ethnicity. Does Kenya have an ethnicity problem?
Now, before we get to that,
yes,
today is my birthday.
It's your birthday.
You should wish me happy birthday first.
No, happy birthday, Kefa Ojijo.
Thank you so much.
Yes.
I hope today I'm allowed to misbehave a little bit. So it's my
day. No, we will allow you.
Yeah.
But since you are a man of means and a man of purpose and verve,
right.
Just nime step up kizungu kidogo.
Yes.
Kuna watu wamesikia ni birthday yako. Utapigiwa simu in true African fashion when they're talking to an elder, which is what you are. Kefa, asante sana. Mungu amekubariki. Wewe sasa ni birthday yako. So sasa tunakula nini?
Kefa, leo ni Friday.
Yes.
Unasema ni kutafute.
You know, my children enjoyed my birthday more than I preferred not to bother with it.
I know.
They remember.
Yes.
So that's the idea. They are not giving me the idea.
You're the one to provide on your day.
First of all, you are told this is a sort of cake we would like for your birthday. Now, hii ni birthday yangu. They know very well I'm not really a fan of it. But, bro, many happy returns.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Yes, many happy returns. Since you're not a lady, I'm going to ask you, how old are you? Hiyo naweza kuuliza wewe. Umefika miaka ngapi?
Naelekea huko juu sana.
Uko bado uko the fourth floor hivi?
Karibu ni elekea hapo fourth floor.
Unaelekea fourth floor?
Naelekea hapo fourth.
But then wewe uko sawa bana. Uko sawa. Yes.
Karibia. Sisi tushafika. Tuko tayari fourth floor. Tunaangalia huko chini tunasema ni mbali. Yeah.
Okay.
Many happy returns kama City alivyosema.
Asante sana.
Ethnicity.
Yes.
Tuko na shida ya ethnicity.
Yes. Asante sana. Now, this ethnicity. You know, City and Mbuvi.
Yes.
I think I've been in almost all media stations in this country. But I want to say in my own volition and in my understanding and having interacted with all, I think RG Radio probably will be my number one in terms of holding people accountable, in terms of the leadership in this country, and having discussions that tackle the issues that exactly affect Kenyans. Because every time I come here, the things you discuss are things that when I walk outside here, everybody's asking me about. And so it gives me the pleasure, it gives me the joy to come here and talk about them.
Thank you so much. We appreciate that feedback.
Yes, I also appreciate what you are doing. Now, on the issue of ethnicity, you know, ethnicity is a very good thing until it comes to politics. Yes. I think Situ will agree with me. There's nothing wrong being associated with your tribe or being pronouncing where you come from. It is very good. It's a good thing, exactly. Until you get to politics.
Yeah.
And I think it's a trick that the politicians have used. You see, the same way religion, how it is good to be a member of a religion, whatever, until the leaders or the religious leaders now start using that on their own game. You see what was happening in Shakahola and the thing that has happened to brainwash. It's the same thing with this ethnicity here.
Yeah.
We are just good. Probably one of your best people, you know, the best friends, the people you make business deals with are not even from your tribe.
You're right.
The people you will call for any emergency, anything happens to you, are not even your tribe.
My best friend is a Luo.
You see,
Yeah.
when it comes to politics now, it is our own. Ni Kalonzo wetu. No. Ni Kalonzo wetu. CT pia huko anasema ni Oburu wetu. You know, so that is where now the problem happens when it comes to politics. And I think it's something that politicians have used because they've realized that this is the weakness of these people. But when we sell ethnicity in terms of political leadership, you see, that is where people will draw the line. You see, it's rather be us. Even if we know there's nothing much you're going to benefit, I think there's still Kalenjins who are suffering just like us. You see,
true story.
And Ruto is in presidency, you see. So it is the perception that has been created that now has transformed this ethnicity to be a bad thing. Otherwise, ethnicity is a very good thing. Everybody belongs somewhere. We start from somewhere. Yes.
But we know this, Kefa, and it is said on platforms such as this one. Even other leaders will say, let's not be divided on ethnic lines. We have NCIC that keeps on reminding us on matters to do with hate speech and divisions and so on. And it's been how many election cycles, and we are still, even our the way we vote, the way we decide on which candidate to support, because my kingpin has said let's vote for Raila, so it's okay. It's because we have been told by the kingpin. Otherwise, if the same kingpin tells us we vote for Ruto, then we will go there because that is where our ethnic leader has told us to go. We do this every election cycle.
It's been entrenched on us. I think this started way back immediately after independence. You see, it's been entrenched on us. You saw the war that started between Jaramogi and Mzee Jomo Kenyatta. That is where the division started, when people are saying now us, it is our own. The Luo and the position taking this way. That is where it started all along. You see, so I think the idea, because it's been entrenched on us for so many decades, it will also take time, to garbage it out so long. The Gen Z had started expressing that view, but you see, also sometimes you get disappointed.
They're still expressing it, by the way.
They've started expressing. I hope it may take, it may be like the beginning of the turning point of ethnic politics as we move forward. However much, they also need now a space where they're not tainted. Because unajua, they've started it, but they'll meet mtu like movie anambia hii mambo ya nini wachana nayo. Tukirudi lazima tupigie mtu we. I think they need a space where they're not tainted, and a space where they're just focused with what they believe is right, and not judging people from where they come from. Because it has taken so many years for us to inculcate it. Us growing up, coming up, we must vote for your people who is here. Ni Raila lazima tumpige. We've grown knowing that is the norm. When your person is on the ballot, that is the person you vote for.
I mean, how dare you vote for someone else?
Actually, it's you gravitate towards what you're familiar with.
Exactly.
Okay. Now, all the connotations that are negative are now added by politicians. Specifically, they are the ones. Let's forget the national platform and let's look at the local platforms. When somebody wants to be, say, a member of parliament, there are different clans within that constituency. It's the same narrative. Same.
True.
These people. The bunch of night runners.
Yeah.
It's not something we learn or we propagate at the national level. No, we practice it at the village level, and then as we grow up, that same attitude that we've developed at that level now reaches maturation point at the what? Now, the thing that often tends to unite people more, and which brings about what we're referring to as the kingpin, it's not similarities as in the language we speak or the background we have. No. It is the adversity that we face, or it is the oppression we feel that has been directed to us. That is what unites people. And in this particular country, you can see it. The moment you bring in them versus us narrative, people move towards that narrative a lot easier than they would admit. It may be couched in whatever language you want to use it, but the them against us is what politicians have used for the very longest time. And some of it has been used because there's evidence to support that view. We keep talking of the marginalization of Northeastern province. Bro, the northern part of Kenya was equally marginalized. But the policies, the ordinances that actually made it a policy for marginalization did not exist in certain parts of the country, but they were ignored. What they call the Northern Frontier District, it was policy. It was documented. They were going to be marginalized. They call it non-productive, but bro, very little attention was going to be paid to those areas. Now, again, when you come to our politics, a lot of it has to do with individuals and their capacity to look after the interest of their people. There are parts of this country that had leaders for the longest time. They even had ministers. And we attach development to ministers because in those days, you need to be a member of parliament first.
Yes.
Then you could become a minister. That's where it started.
So unachukua resources unapeleka kwenu.
Actually, that's the thing. Nobody bothered to explain the process of resource allocation.
Yes.
That it's not at the president is my buddy and he gives me this. No. The thing has to be in the budget. There has been allocation for it to actually work. But even to date, you don't hear that don't hear that discussion. But what makes it worse is we look at the county system of government.
Yeah.
Where more or less everybody in that place speaks the same language. Nyinyi ni watu moja.
But Titi, why is it then that we will have conversations here with some politicians, members of parliament, and they'll tell you by the time that money gets to your county or allocated or you're given that money to lazima uende state house uko hivyo udance, I think udance, I don't know, anguka nayo.
I don't believe that story myself.
I actually believe it 150%.
I don't.
You see what happens, I think, for instance, the members of parliament deliberately chose to lose their power.
Yes.
When they have the laws, when they have the backing, you see, literally written in the constitution and the legislations we have, but they deliberately decided, let us just lose our power. Let us just be at the mercy of the president.
Or sell our power.
And sell our power. Let me use the word. Let us just sell our power. And you see, once you've sold it, what else do you expect? It's an exchange. So you lose it and you sold it to me. So you must dance at my whim. See, that is the story. Politicians come here, member of parliaments come here to tell us. We don't want to listen to that nonsense. We know what the constitution says. You have the power to legislate. You have the power to oversight. Why are you coming here and telling us you cannot do ABCD once you've given the... What do you want us to do? To go to status now, us and beat Ruto? Or what do you want us to go and do? You see? So I don't think... I equally refuse to accept this.
Yeah.
It is a deliberate decision they made. You see? And a selfish decision on their own interest, at the interest of the people. That is the problem. And that is what they keep telling us here. Oh, we have to be close to power. Oh, we have to go there. Oh, we have... You see, every part of this country is entitled to development.
Then how do we explain?
And those MPs are supposed to put the people in charge accountable.
How then do we explain how some areas are more developed than the others? Is it A, the MPs are lazy and they're not doing, what is expected? B, the governors of those counties are not doing what is expected and they're looting all the money? Or C, what we are being told by politicians that you have got to go and anguka 9 status for you to be allocated that money is actually true?
All.
Or is now D, all of the above?
All of the above.
Okay.
You see now, the beauty with it is now that we can directly trace where the problem is. The devolved system has clearly given us, a clear picture. Who is responsible for what? We know what the county is responsible. We know what the national government is responsible. We know what the members of parliament should be pushing for, or who they should be holding accountable. You see, I'm looking at here today. I'm seeing the Senate here publishing, how the governors have performed. This is their duty to oversight the governors, what they are doing.
Yes.
You see, so we know who to go to. And so this excuse, no one can give us an excuse. We know what the law knows. We know what the governor is supposed to do. You see, if our hospitals are not working at the counties, we know who to ask. You see, if the money has not been delivered there, we know who to ask. Why is it that the money has not been channeled down there? You see, so I think this idea of people running, no one wants to take accountability, and people running, the presidency, we have to go here. The president is as powerful as you make him to be, because the law already exists. You see, so if you decide to make him a god, he will be that god. If you decide to treat him as the law requires, he will be there. There is nothing he can do. He cannot act ultra vires outside the scope which is required by law. So MPs have decided to sell their power. The governors have also decided to also equally sell their power, or to align to the president. You see, normally when you see them in those caucus, the governors' caucus, people who are saying, we are pro-government, we must stick here. Even when governor is against the government, being told, you will not get resources will not be channeled down there. That should not be an excuse. That should not happen. You see, and the moment we start as a country holding these people accountable to the job that they requested us to give them, we must also require the same accountability in implementing the duties we expect from them.
Yeah.
That is how it should be. That is how it should be. I want us to have, one of the things I wish we could now push for to have is the idea. City, we used to have it, but not in a direct way. The idea of recalling these people back immediately. Because you see, once a governor or an MP has been elected, is that sense of security. Even if you're supposed to go through impeachment process for the governors, at least we have impeachment, they have been pushing but now even for MPs, that sense of security will be there up to know. The worst will tell you it's one term, you see. But can you imagine the pain, the suffering people will have to go for a whole term,
5 years.
5 years. Just because we made a wrong decision and just because someone decided to behave differently from what we expected.
But the rogue element that we see within our elected leaders is that parliament that came in 2013. Among the first things they did was to dilute portions of the constitution that would hold them to account.
Yes.
They made sure that accountability factor was difficult to achieve. The recall clause was diluted. It was clear when the constitution first presented itself, and we said, hallelujah, this is good. Now we can get rid of these fellows anytime we feel that but remember, this is a law-making parliament. That's number one. It's a budget-making parliament. The constitution gave them those powers. What we've been witnessing is how they have used that power. Because if indeed they wanted to hold all arms of government accountable, they would have started by holding themselves to account. They made sure that doesn't happen. They made sure. Okay? If you're talking about the moral codes that we also included in our constituency, they also made sure that they were iffy. The clarity with which that matter had been actually written about, it was clear. Somebody who does this and this and this and is mentioned here can't do this and this and this and this. NCIC try, the ethics and anti-corruption try. Every electoral cycle, they take a list to the IBC. The IBC ignores that list completely.
True.
Okay? So, you find that we have the institution. They try to do what they're supposed to do, but another institution that's supposed to help them do this, besides them, they're playing hooky. But to understand it and how parliamentarians are to understand it, just start with the time when President Ruto was the deputy president. Those people were Jubilee people. The vast majority of them were Jubilee people. They were very busy campaigning against their own party on whose ticket they had been elected. The Political Parties Act talks about this with clarity. Anyone who is seen, I'm paraphrasing, to act against the interest of the party on whose ticket they were elected,
should resign.
It's really that, or you are deemed to have resigned. It's in the constitution. But they behaved that way with impunity. We are seeing it now. There are people who are in UDA and they tell you openly they are supporting DCP. They tell you. They even put on garments that reflect the colors of that party. It's not magic. They are clearly going against the dictate of the clearly. But they don't see any reason why they cannot go against that dictate. Now, these are the people who make our laws. These are the people you hope to uphold the constitution, which they are breaking as and when it suits them. Now you tell me.
One of my favorite writers is a psychologist called Rollo Tomasi. And he says that every human being will always be in their best moments when they know their actions will be backed by sanctions. Anytime a man knows nothing will happen to their decisions or their actions, they can be the worst. You see what Hitler did when he knew there was no law that will know.
I mean, he was the Führer.
He was the law. You see. But every time we know there is a punishment, there is accountability for everything you do, people are in their best behaviors. You see, you watch Kagushia the other day when what he was saying.
Yes, on Sunday.
The people. Did you watch the other Kagusha now when he's been arrested, now he's been charged in court?
Yeah.
What he's now saying?
A very humble human
So
being.
he was misunderstood.
Now he was misunderstood.
Yes, I mean, isn't it obvious that he was misunderstood?
That is the problem we have with these fellas we call our politicians here. You see, and what you are talking about, you remember when you were talking about the ethnicity, that this thing had been entrenched on us until now. Politicians have made it or wants to make it upon us to believe like it is a norm, it is a right. That anybody who do not want to vote the way we want, we will come for them. You heard those words?
Is a traitor.
You are a traitor. We will come for you. And you will tell us why you are voting for that other person. You see what is happening? So that even people now believe, by the way, this is the norm. This is how we must vote here. Here on the mountain, this is what we must vote.
They guilt trip you.
Ruto must go, even if you don't know why Ruto must go. He must go because Gachagua said Ruto must go. You do not know the issues they had with Gachagua, who was his deputy, but you now, Ruto must just go. If I ask you, tell me 3 things why Ruto should go, you will not tell me. But because they have said the mountain, Ruto must go.
Actually,
that is the norm.
They will tell you.
You know. No, I'm just asking.
They will start with, Shah is not working. Then they will go to, no, they'll tell you, affordable housing.
Yes.
Yes, and then they'll tell you, they killed Gen Z.
They killed Gen Z.
Said, okay.
So you don't vinariwa watu.
Yes. So Shah is not working, but if you ask him, atakwambia by the way, my wife alitibiwa na Shah jana. Shah imemlipia. Alikuwa na hii Shah imemlipia. So you ask which one then is not working? Wametuambia ifanyi. You see? Kwambia au sijui manyumba zinajengwa nini tujaona. Ambia kuna wengine wamepewa nyumba huko affordable. That is exist iko. Lakini wengine wanapewa. You see? So these things have happened. I know we may have challenges with, I don't know, there's a few things, Shah, but it's working to some people. They had, you know, what we must also be alive to is this movie.
Yes.
When you are doing a transition of things, there must be some hitches. It cannot happen just smoothly. We were transitioning from NHIF to Shah. You don't expect it to happen smoothly. But what I have also disagreed with this government is level of communication on how things should happen to people, you see, and the expectations of the people. They can sell you a mountain, but when you get there, it is just a hill. You see, it is a hill, but they've sold it as a mountain. So are they just told us it's a hill, but with time, we'll probably maybe increase it to become a mountain? That makes sense. Because if you tell somebody Shah is not working, that is the narrative going on. But there are people who have paid for Shah and have also benefited from it. That is the truth. There are people who are benefiting from it.
Very true.
So the government should also have a proper way of communicating to citizens and also acknowledges the challenges they face while having these things.
Exactly. Underline hapo kwa acknowledge the challenges.
Acknowledging the challenges they face. And also have a plan on how to, build, to deal with the challenges. You cannot say it's just working and you don't want to hear. You see, but also when we raise, yes, it's working, but there are issues. We must also acknowledge that those issues, but we are working on this. This is the formula, what we're going to do. We will not be having this problem. I personally, and if you ask, majority of people will tell you, the government of Ruto is not that bad government as it being, tainted or portrayed. It's not that bad government. But because they have lacked the skill to communicate issues and to take responsibility on things raised, they appear to be the worst government we've ever had. If you ask me, in my opinion, probably this has been the most performing government we've had in the history. In so much, in terms of infrastructure, in terms of, you see. But if they had a way of acknowledging the shortcomings, of engaging people also in terms of priority, we may have the best airports, but people may just need a few basic things down here, So we may have the world-class, stadium, Talanta, you see. But how will that help if university students cannot afford their fees, So we need to acknowledge that as we try this, there are few areas we are falling short of, and we must have a plan for them, see. But it's not as bad as, so you see, the opposition now is taking advantage of that. Every time Gachagua opens his mouth, there is nothing positive that can be said about this government at all. And we will buy it. We will buy it. That is the dilemma of the voters.
But will we buy it, or will his supporters buy it? because not everyone agrees with every politician. There are people for sure who did not agree with the late Raila Odinga. There are people who don't agree with President Ruto. Same way, there are people who do not agree with Kagusha, even in his own backyard. They might not necessarily say it out loud, but they're like, hey, Apo, it's just that they won't come out and say it at because if you put them before a microphone and a camera, they'll definitely try and explain what they think Mheshimiwa was trying to say, the same way he did when he was in court.
You're a journalist. You know bad news sells best.
Very true.
Bad news sells best. So if I did one thing, 5 things positive, but I just did one.
Yes.
One did not work. This one will sell so well, and we will believe it. We'll look at it and believe it. You see, and that is why I'm telling you also. Now, the only thing where you can cure this as a leader, you must have the best way of communicating the challenges you face to people.
Yes.
Acknowledging their weaknesses and also telling them the things, the plan, what you have done, the plan you have for them. You see, have a regular, proper communication where you communicate and take feedback. The most important thing is take feedback. Why the Gen Zs had offenses with this government is because you remember when they had raised issues with the bill, the issues were not even considered. It's like it was just a process for nothing, So they were like, then why did you call us here for the so-called public participation? If you are giving views and you have made a determination what you are going to do, you see. So those are the challenges we have. When we are having the so-called the national and the county government collaboration deal being assigned.
The health one, a different one.
The Nairobi
County.
Yes,
Okay.
Nairobi County. The law requires public participation before then. They had gone ahead and even signed the deal. What are we going to participate in right now?
Let's go back into history and see how these things happen. Was there public participation on NMS?
Even on NMS.
There
was nothing.
Yet, there are very many positive things that came out of NMS.
But it doesn't necessarily mean that we shouldn't be doing it just because good things will come out of it.
You are spot on. You are spot on. Our capacity to disregard the law. Okay? You see, everything we speak of in terms of ethnicity and the discussions around it, we never look at the localities we come from. We take it to the national level. In my opinion, the culprits are the MCAs. And I'm going to explain why they are the MCAs. Part of the reasons why we had devolution was so that, in all honesty and simplicity, everybody at whatever level can get development. Meaning, in the same process that MPs go to lobby for development to be included in a budget process, county governments have budgets. MCAs, I am not sure how they even do the lobbying to make sure that the things that are germane to their specific ward is looked into. It's a parliament, just like this other one. Number 2, the person who joins the MCAs in this problem is the governor. Because if the governor gives directions and says, I want all the MCAs to give me a plan of what it is that each of their wards require. And if you don't give me a plan, then we will not factor into the whatever, and we will tell your people that you are the one who did not give us a plan. Why is this important? It's important because in the absence of this, people remain poor. Some actually get poorer. When somebody is poorer, they want to find someone to blame for their problems. And these people...
Okay. No.
Yeah, they want to find someone to blame. And these fellows direct them to who to blame. The governors blame the national government. They have delayed with our money. And yet...
So no one is responsible for...
No, it's not them. It's never them. The government...
Even when the opportunities have been stifled or zimenyongwa, it's not my fault.
It is never...
I mean, it's not their fault.
And so our conversations about these matters are always at the national level. And we forget that the county governments are governments and they do actually get money. And they always focus on the money that comes from the national government. Own source revenue is not discussed at all. And if it's discussed, it is in how it is inadequate. And yet the reality of it is actually shamefully woeful in this sense. You'll find that very many counties that are municipalities are collecting less money than the municipalities were collecting.
True.
And the spread of the regions where you can collect money is bigger. So it means it is collected, but it is somebody else's pocket money. Okay?
Yes.
Now, so long as there is someone to blame, nobody asks themselves, this money that these guys receive, we know it delays sometimes, we know. But when it comes, or when it doesn't come, these debts that we are told they owe banks, these debts that we are told they owe people who have procured or done business with them, when they get the money, where does this money actually go? Because they do get the money. And at the end of the year, when you look at it, they have received the money. When do they actually tell you what they've actually done with the money? Because if they told you, then we could explain the pending bills. If they told you, you would explain the debts that they owe banks. But that is never spoken of.
Buvi, do you know why we have the idea or the basic reason why we have laws?
We have them because we have that DNA of just breaking the law.
Yes. So
of being bad.
The reason why we have laws is to provide clarity, uniformity, and expectation. You see, so that it is clear that there is a chance. This is how things should happen.
There is order.
There is order. It's to provide that order and expectation. Now, do you know, even Adruto still followed the law, the required procedure. They will still just sign that deal with the county. You see, and Uhuru still just followed the law. They will still have just NMS on the place. And they followed the law. We'll be having a BBI right now. Probably we'll be having a better changes in the constitution. And they followed the process. You see, as simple as that. Politicians have this. They have this urge of shortcut. I do not know where it comes from.
It's power.
I do not know where it comes. But you see, when they're looking for vote, they're very patient. They campaign for 5 years. But when it comes to decision making, they have the urge of shortcuts. This must be done today.
It is not power.
We had it.
Do you know when you are like a CS, for example, and you just wake up and you can literally bring the country to a standstill because of a policy or a law? Hiyo kitu unajua inaingianga kwa akili yako.
So those are the things we're trying to curtail now, so that we may not have that system happening. Because then you can imagine if every CS was to wake up and make their own decision, what type of a country will be running?
Kama CS, ama governor, never make decision, any county badilike, any overnight. Sembuse president.
You know, there are things, and without offense, this is why I even keep referring.
Why are you apologizing? If people are going to take offense, let them.
Oh, fine. But if you want to take offense, take offense. But the reason why, personally, I even feel I will not even look at even people like Matiang'i trying now here to tell us they want to become president.
Okay.
See, I cannot. Because I have seen the conduct of this person just as a cabinet secretary. People may praise whatever he did was right. But how did he do them? A man who wakes up in the morning and decides no public participation, nothing. School buses must be painted yellow. And it goes. And they change.
Unaamka hivi kesho unaona buses ziko
yellow. No public participation, nothing happens.
But now that thing is an aphrodisiac.
He goes to China, come back. After 2 weeks, he says, now the police uniform must change from what we had to dark blue. And there's nothing you can do.
Yeah.
And they're being served with court and said, hizi ni makaratasi too. We have we have a country to run.
Magazeti ni karatasi ya kufunga.
Kufunga nini? We have a country to run. That is the person you want to become your president. Now, that is this if he's a cabinet secretary. You want him to become the president. And here people are trying to tell us, you know, if I compare, let me tell you, Uhuru's government did the worst in terms of compliance with the law and court orders. The level of violations of court orders in Uhuru's government cannot be measured with Ruto's government. That is the truth. Ruto's government, you even see CS someone they appeared in court, or the IG someone they appeared in court. In Uhuru's government, they will not come to that court, and that's nothing you can do. Almost 7 orders against Matiang'i never stepped in that court. With impunity. So if people are just going to say, oh, Ruto must go, is impunity about, I don't know what they're comparing it to.
Yeah.
I do not know what they're comparing it to. But two wrongs do not make right still. Every politician or every person put in leadership must abide with the laws and the constitution.
Actually, Kefa, me, I agree with you. Kabisa. Ninakubaliana na wewe because there has been a conversation lately, and I'm liking the direction of that conversation, where we are saying that let's not just have this Ruto must go, but he must go so that who can be there.
Yes.
So so let's ask the who.
Who is the alternative?
Who?
What is it providing?
What are they offering?
Yes.
What exactly are they giving us? So that if we decide to Ruto must go or Ruto must remain, we know exactly what it is that we are gambling with. So nakubaliana na wewe.
I may not like Ruto so much. But if I look at the options he has right now, I think he's still better off. That is the truth.
Okay.
If
When you look at the
options,
opposition,
I look at the options you're being prompted from the opposition. I think he's still better off. You know, he's still better off.
unataka kuniambia uoni Omtata nothing Maraga
they have not even decided they want to run. The people who
Maraga
have pronounced,
has.
the people
Maraga
who are now
has.
pronouncing they're coming, they want to run. Maraga has. I would have voted for Maraga 100%.
but-
If he's going to survive, then I will vote for him. You see, but now I'm looking at the situation. Probably will just have my vote and maybe CTs and a few people. You see, and they probably may not clinch that seat. You see,
Yeah.
but if I look at the people that I know appears to be a force compared to him, I'd still rather maybe let him come. You see?
CT says that he will vote for people that he knows. I don't think he knows Maraga that well to vote for him.
This man has quoted me correctly. I cannot vote for somebody I don't know. What am I voting for?
Wewe saizi
You don't know
ukisimama
how in terms of personal.
Yeah, I have to know
relationship or
you.
Track record.
I have forget track record.
Yeah.
Power does strange things to people,
Yeah.
and I know that for a fact. So I will not judge someone very harshly if they represent one thing, and when they are in power they do one thing. That I will not. I've seen too many people. I know too many people who have been, and they're elected. You know, it's not as though he got promoted in a job. He was elected.
But
Nimtumishi wa
let me
watu.
ask you.
Yes.
Have you heard of the stories of MPs who used to be your friends, sitting with them, drinking with them? The moment they get elected, they don't even pick your calls.
Look at this.
Have you heard of that?
Let me start by saying I don't have very many friends who are politicians, but the work I have done in my life, I have never had people abandoning me for a very simple reason. I was in positions that could be useful to them.
Yes.
So it was in their interest to look me up.
You're adding value.
Yes, they knew at some point I might be needed. So yes, so I cannot argue and say that I've experienced it to any great degree. No, I have not.
So I want you not to imagine now the person who probably may not add much value to them. If everybody was to vote for someone they know, how many
bro,
people will we vote for?
You know, that is me. Okay?
No, I'm just saying if we were to take your approach.
Yes.
For instance, if we were to take approach. So how many people will you vote for? Because probably all these people voting for this politician, they don't even know them at personal level.
You see, let me give you an example of what I mean. Huh? Every time we talk of ethnicity, we talk about the national levels, Luyas versus Nandis, Luos versus Kikuyus, Embus versus, that's the conversation. Okay? Giriamas versus Digos and Druma, that's the conversation. Okay? Yet, at the county level, I come from Kisumu County. When Ranguma was the governor of Kisumu, he comes from a place called Kano. It was said he just employed people from Kano.
Yeah.
Nyongo, professor, is now the governor. They will say people from Seme, where he comes from, are in the majority. If we cannot tackle this problem of clanism within the sphere of a county, which is your own really, why are we talking loudly about a national level where our problems are not at? I don't have a problem with a Kikuyu who is in central Kenya. Me, I come from Kisumu County. That's where my problems are. I don't have a problem with a Mijikenda individual who is at the coast. I don't have a problem with a Turka. Those are not my problems. My problem is in my county. But humanly speaking, it is easier to bypass something which is next door to you and talk about something which is far from you as though that is the problem, and yet it is not. How do I connect this with who I vote for? You see, I don't have to know you personally. Not necessarily. I just need to have observed you over a long period of time, so I know you. I know who you are. That's what I mean.
Can tell the pattern.
I know who you are, and I can tell who you.
Heavy.
It's a complete waste of time voting for this person. That is my
people
decision.
People said they had known Ruto for so long, but now he changed over this. That's what Gashago used
But
to
now, how many
used
people?
to come
How many?
and pray and ask.
Careful. How many people have been presidents in this country?
Yes.
4. No, 5.
Yes. So how many people can actually say with certainty that they know what the presidency entails?
Yeah.
We just guess. If at the level of a member of parliament, if you talk to them honestly, they will tell you, you know, I was opposing so and so and saying they're not doing this. I'm now there. I realize this thing is very difficult to do. The very thing you thought could be easy. These positions of power change people. What we're discussing here, how they change people adversely or negatively. Okay? Some people change and realize they need to up their game. Some people change and they figure this power I don't want to share with anybody, and they create distance. And usually they get full dividends for their investment. People vote them out. I am referring to people whom have taken time to understand. I know of Maraga because of the 2017 pronouncements of the Supreme Court. Okay? That one. In the absence of that, he would have just have been one other Chief Justice. I know of Martha Koome because of what she has done in regards to making justice accessible. You cannot say the effort isn't there. I know
that was actually the plan for William Tunga. But anyway, she's done a few.
The plan, I was going to William Tunga, and I was going to say that the foundation was laid by William Tunga. And I was also going to say William Tunga was fortunate. The Kibaki government gave him the resources to implement these things. Martha Koome gets 50% of whatever she budgets for. So even if she sought to pursue this agenda, and ideally, William Tunga would set the foundation, successive Chief Justices should continue with that plan. So it is correct. So if you ask me, did I know William Tunga? No. Have I met him? Yes. But I know what he did. Maraga, have I met him? Yes, I've met him in a studio. But I know of what he did. Martha Koome, I met her in a studio. I've seen what she has done. So these are people I could argue I know. But there are people who want to present themselves as candidates for, say, the highest office in the land. And I look at their track record over time.
You wonder.
There's absolutely no way. If it means they are the ones who are on the ballot, I'll vote for everybody else. That one I will simply not vote for.
And that's why I'm telling you, Mbuvi, elections are here. We are going to the ballot. So far, we can see the people we have on the other side. You see? And I can tell you, and that is why it's even easier to say, the way even the opposition are behaving, hardly, they will not remove Ruto. They will not remove Ruto. Because the only idea they have right now is Ruto must go. There is no concrete alternative they're giving us that this is what we want to do. This is where he has failed. This is what we are going to fix. This is the plan we have for it. Nothing. You see, the Sifuna wave just came. He was not even expecting to be like, that he will pick.
To be where he is.
The way he is. He had no ambitions of becoming a president. He had no zero plans. So he's now, right now that he's trying to put in structure. That cannot work within a year for us to have him as a president.
Who again?
I'm talking about Sifuna wave and whatever. It's now when he's trying to put structure, what can happen, that cannot work within a year. Probably we're planning for 2032. That is my opinion. Probably we're planning maybe for 2032 and above, you see. But the people who had been there, the likes of Gachagua, total jokers, complete jokers. You look at the way he behaves, just rotating in the mountain, and you expect that person to be a president. So I believe the only person who is still going to come back as the president is still William Ruto. But the only thing, and which I keep saying also, the only thing that I also keep saying is now that he's in a coalition with these other people like the ODM, you see, and that is what they were saying. Whoever he chooses as his running mate is also going to have a slight difference in what happens. Yes. And I remember saying here before, and I will repeat it, that the only person even from that ODM that can propel Ruto to presidency is none other than Gladys Wanga. I know my reasons. I stick to that. Even if I come here next year, I will still repeat the same.
Why Gladys Wanga?
I will still repeat it. Well, the last time I was there, I explained the reasons why.
And the explanation didn't make sense. So try and make sense of it now.
Tell me anybody who's in ODM right now who has fought for that party. The ones, forget about the people who have now left it to form other people, the ones who remain, who have fought for that party, who have seen in any campaign for all its candidates, who have seen moving across the country, traversing the country looking for votes in that party other than Gladys Wanga. Who have you seen?
Millie Odhiambo?
No.
Never.
No.
Never.
No. Millie speaks well.
Millie speaks well.
But even Kaluma?
No. You even saw, did you even, so when we were having the by-elections after Raila passed, most of people even who are having their posters, and they will have Gladys Wanga at the back of their poster, where they used to put Baba's photos.
Okay, I didn't.
At the back of
I
the
wasn't
podium.
keen enough.
And you could see her as the force moving to coordinate everywhere where all these elections were happening. Even as you speak right now, the person still trying to glue the ODM, which has remained as the ODM party. It is Gladys Wanga. It is not even Uburu Odinga.
Careful, let me ask you a question.
So that is the only asset he may get from ODM. That is why I keep saying that.
Kefa,
yes.
What following does she have within the voter population of ODM beyond Homa Bay County?
She has following.
Beyond Homa Bay County?
Yes, she has following.
Where,
but we have seen her even campaigning in Magarini.
No.
She was the one leading that campaign in the Western.
Let me ask the question again.
Yes.
I've understood what she has done and I've seen it myself.
Yes, which we agree up to that point.
No, I am not in disagreement at all.
Yeah, thank you.
I am merely saying.
Yes.
What influence does she have on the voter in that region that she comes from? Not in Homa Bay County, region. What influence does she have over the voters?
You see, CT, what we need to understand is the history where we have come up to now. Raila just passed a few months.
It's almost a year now.
Just a year before. When Raila was present, everybody was under the shadow of Raila. And you see what the direction Raila took is what everyone could see. It is right now that now we're starting to see other people can step out and command and lead people and have a voice and see what happens. And that is what Gladys, within this year, we have seen her mobilizing the region in terms of so many activities that has happened. You've remembered, even in this era, how many trips have you seen even Ruto making to Homa Bay?
None.
No, he has made many trips to Homa Bay.
Many trips to Homa Bay than any other county here.
Okay, I have
so many trips to Homa Bay. You see, so many trips to Homa Bay. And you have seen him anytime he comes here, she's been the one even bring all people from different counties, everyone, organizing events to mobilize, to have a connection of all counties within the Nyanza region. You see, that is what she has been trying to do. This woman may appear as just a normal woman in the party, but she knows how to run the
But Kefa, what you've described is somebody who is a point person for the president in the region. My question was not that. My question was, what influence does she have over the voting bloc of that region? That's my question.
It has to start from that city. That is where that influence comes from. It has to start from that point. Because, now tell me, who is the alternative influence we have?
Gentlemen.
From there. Do we have any influence? Or can you point for me after Raila right now, who, this one, is the person that have influence in
Kefa, come back again and then we'll discuss it.
Wakati umevela. Hapa ndipo tunasema kwa heri as far as this one is concerned. Lakini
at city, watch that place for the next election.
Nitakwambia nani ODM anaweza maybe kukua deputy wa President Ruto.
We already know.
No, he knows. I don't.
We already know.
Who is it?
We have said it's Gladys Wanga. There's nothing else.
He has said.
We'll come back here and you'll see.
He has said, I'm not in that we.
Okay.
Yes.
City is refusing, but that is the truth.
Thank you so much, Kefo. Jijo,
yes.
Advocate of the High Court. Niko na kashida kotini, nataka unionyeshe venye tutakatoroka.
Yes.
But for now, do stand by because in the next hour, hata tushafika hiyo hour, tunataka kuongelelea mambo ya the LAPSET and Vision 2060 conversation that is currently taking place in the country.
This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. Preparation for the Kenya Health Summit 2026 have entered the final phase, with the Minister of Health intensifying coordination ahead of the national event. Senior ministry officials, technical committees and key stakeholders have reviewed progress on logistics, exhibitions, program development and stakeholder participation as organizers finalize plans for the summit scheduled for August 18th and 19th in Nairobi. In a statement issued on August 6th, 2026, the Ministry of Health said the high-level planning meeting was co-chaired by Health Ministry Principal Secretaries Dr. Omo Luga and Mary Modhoni. Bariatric counsellor Kinyi Wamboi says losing weight successfully requires understanding a person's relationship with food, lifestyle, and emotions. Speaking on Radio Generation, Wamboi said diet plans should be personalized because factors such as stress, childhood experiences, and eating habits can affect people's health. She warned that a one-size-fits-all program may not work for everyone.
I would have to say
Initially,
majorly no. And that's why, Eva is mentioning that it's just not about the BMI. There are other aspects that you look into. The BMI is just an aspect, but it doesn't, I would say, crown it that this is it.
So what else do you look into?
As you mentioned, we look at the lab test, isn't it? Because there are other aspects such as thyroidism. Perhaps this person has insulin resistance, right? There's also the part where the weight is coming in because of other mental health issues. What happens when we come to mental health? Perhaps if this person is having prescription medication, it always increases the appetite. We are looking at that as well. But even the mental states, because what happens is that when an individual perhaps is going through stress, maybe there's depression, what happens? Metabolism slows down. The hunger hormone ghrelin is increased.
Police in Eldoret are investigating the killing of 26-year-old Lillian Chepkor, whose body was discovered inside a sack in a residential room at Kipkaren Estate along Booster Street. 2 suspects have been arrested in connection with the murder, which has sparked public anger and renewed calls for stronger action against violence targeting women.
Unakuta kwamba kuna mwili ambao ulikuwa umefungwa kwa gunia ya nylon na mguu yake ilikuwa imefungiwa kamba ya net katika hiyo nyumba, na wali tengeneza hiyo scene, wakachukua ile hatua inapaswa katika scene, na mwili ukatolewa ukapelekwa katika hifadhi za maiti katika referral.
Amezaa mtoto mmoja na amepatikana amekufa jana. Elewi hapo ndo sielewi.
Congolese authorities are carrying out Ebola and cholera screening for all 255 passengers aboard a boat intercepted on the Congo River. The Yingfeng 2, operated by Chinese company, was halted near Bende port, some 40 kilometers upstream from the capital Kinshasa. Health Minister Roger Kamba said screening was being carried out as a precautionary measure after a passenger with fever and diarrhea who had left the boat in Mongola province died in hospital. And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga.
The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the guests and do not necessarily reflect the views of Radio Generation. Radio Generation assumes no responsibility or liability for the interviewee's views. This is Radio Generation. In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast. Curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast. Your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights. Radio Generation.
A very good morning to you and welcome back to Radio Generation. It is now 9 minutes past 9 o'clock. This is the People's Breakfast. My name is Mungala Mbuvi. Tuko na city kwenye nyumba ama kwenye jumba letu la utangazaji. Ninataka nisalimie watu kadha hapa hivi kabla tuingie. I might not read your messages, but I'll definitely recognize your presence. Yeah? We have Kadhonzweni 007. How are you doing? My Tech 2.0. Then we have who do we have? I see you anasema yani tuko tu sawa vile Mbuvi stereotypes communities. He just propagated that security guards are from a certain community. I was mimicking Papa Shirandula. He just happens to be a lawyer. I didn't do a good impression, but I didn't mean that all security officers are from the region. Kama kwetu Kambani, they are actually Kambas. So I see you. I'm sorry if it came out differently. Perceptronium, habari yako. Luis Rudasingwa, I see you as well. Sam 5859. Amesema movie and city, you need to invite a gentleman called Andrew Ndola Ndolo. Unamjua huyo? Andrew Ndola Ndolo.
Why should we invite him?
I don't know. Sam, hebu tuambie huyu ni nani, anafanya nini? Yes. Milimo, good morning. How are you doing? Willis Juma as well. Victor Lesosian, nimethink nimekugotea. Evans Angano, Evans Nyangano. Ametusalimia pia. Then we have Wangoi 3510. Tom Omungo, how are you doing? Amesema please invite Senator Sifuna one day.
We have invited him. We are still waiting for him to accept the invitation.
Yes. John Makite as well, habari yako. And then kuna nani sijasalimia hapa. Wafula team, how are you doing? And then we have Kitungu. Kitungu. Anasema guys, Miguna. Unataka tuite Miguna? Haya, sawa. Finissimo anasema Mungala muwe na haki yake mpe. Yaani huyu Mungala umuwe na mimi usiniwe, nipatie tu haki yangu nikiwa hai. Sitaki kuuawa na yeyote. But thank you guys for coming through. Let's get down to business and discuss this hour. We want to focus on Lamu, the lab set and the Vision 2060, whether this particular project has been delayed, whether it has come in good time, and so on and so forth. Kama kawaida, on such issues, we have Patrick Adolwa. He's a planner and an urban specialist. Patrick, karibu tena sana to Radio Generation.
Asante sana.
Alafu tuko naye Tom Odongo, also another resident planner. He's also a former Nairobi town clerk. Tom, karibu tena sana to Radio Generation.
Thanks so much.
Nice to have you guys, kama kawaida.
Asante sana.
Na tuliambia Edna walete hapa masaa mawili. I don't know where she keeps on forgetting, but let's try and squeeze everything in the in the next 40 or so minutes and see what we shall
have accomplished.
Yes. Tom, you listened to the president, right?
Yes.
Last week, it was on Thursday.
Yes, I did.
What did you make of his speech?
Okay. One thing I would like to say is that why do we need a vision? For me, we need to replace a situation where development or everything that we do is directed by political expediency.
Okay.
The reason for a vision is that we are putting ourselves in a trajectory where our development is directed by strategy rather than political expediency. So to that extent, I feel that we still need a strategy. We still need a vision 2060. However, I'm of the opinion that you need, first of all, to pick up what are the lessons that we have learned during the implementation of Vision 2030.
Yeah.
And that lesson is very, very important for us to move to the next journey.
Yes.
So without focusing on that one, I think there would be a bit of a challenge. Then the question also is that where do we start? I don't know the kind of report that was being talked about.
Yes.
But if you ask me where we start, is we should start at a very, very lower level. I would go for a bottom-up kind of approach, where you just come up with a compendium of aspirations before we go into a national conversation.
Yeah.
And that would tell us really what are citizens thinking, what are the aspirations that the citizens are prioritizing. From that compendium, now we begin now to have a discussion, but fundamentally we must evaluate the 2030. And let me tell you just a few things that I have with 2030 vision.
Yes.
The 2030 vision was meant for socioeconomic transformation. And I'm coming from the urban sector, and that I would always have that bias.
Okay.
And one of the things that I think was a little bit downplayed is that it treated urban sector as under the social pillar. And so you find that it prioritized things like housing,
yes,
slum upgrading, and so forth. Basically, urban as its role is to facilitate social change, and it downplayed the economic role of urbanization. So that to me was a bit of a challenge.
Yeah.
The other thing is that if you look at all the countries that have succeeded in terms of implementing transformation, like we are talking about, you find that there is always a tight link between economic and spatial transformation.
Yes.
If you cannot do spatial transformation, and you cannot do economic transformation without also having a spatial transformation.
Okay.
So we lacked that spatial transformation. Why do I say that? If you go to Singapore, they are very, very strong on spatial governance.
Yes.
That you cannot do anything in any part of Singapore unless it is within the plan. In Kenya, we are speaking more of economic transformation, but completely ignoring the most important one, which is also the spatial transformation. And for me, spatial is the independent one.
Tom, could you speak a little more about spatial transformation and what it actually means?
Yeah. Okay. For example, Kenya has what we wanted to do is what we call polycentric economic framework, whereby we are looking at cities that are geographically spread all over Kenya, and we are seeing them as the nodes. So Vision 2030 spoke about 6 of those nodes. And 6 of those nodes, if you look at them, it meant that we were supposed to spread our development across those 6 metropolitan areas.
Okay.
One of the things that never worked is that while we were on Vision 2030, that is looking polycentric framework, the Nairobi-centric model development remained at the center of politics. It was never looked at as something that needed to be changed.
Yes.
So that remained at the center of politics, and that became the focus of Vision 2030, rather than the polycentric framework that was articulated in the document. Now, so that's another challenge. When you are doing polycentric, right now, if we are going to talk a lot of things.
Yes.
Polycentric economic framework means that you must do a spatial reorganization. You are going to make sure that development now takes place in territories, and those territories are defined. Okay? And that is why devolution comes. Why is the reason for devolution? Devolution is a way of prioritizing or integrating territorial approach and sectoral approach to development. You are integrating the two.
Yes.
So that if you want to do something in Nyeri, what you are saying is that we are going to have that Nyeri has got a specialized economy there, and we are going to give Nyeri a role, so that the total vision, which we call Vision 2030, is an aggregation of what all these regions are doing.
Okay.
You get that?
I get you.
So that is the spatial dimension of it. So if you do not then have the spatial governance as a critical part of that transformation, then what you have is like what you have in Kiambu, where you have created infrastructure based on public investment, and you do not have a strong spatial governance. So what do you have? You find a chaotic urban development.
Ngoja kidogo.
Yes.
We have done in Kiambu County now.
Yes,
we have done we've done according to
me, the infrastructure has been done marvelous, huge infrastructure, and this infrastructure is stimulating economic activities.
Yes,
but there is no spatial governance around it. You see, there is no spatial governance around it, because all these people, all these agencies that are building roads are doing well. They are not subscribing to a particular template. Yes, they are doing them from their own sectoral priorities. So what do you find? You find Kiambu is going to give us a new type of urban development that we have never seen in Kenya before. Yes,
you know what you're saying. what as you speak, then you see, the more we plan, the more things seem to happen spontaneously, and that's a contradiction, because if you have a vision, then automatically you should structure. You should do things in a methodical way. But it doesn't seem to happen. On the one hand, we purport to do good plans, which we then do not follow because of weak institutions and so on and so forth. And when you listen to Tom speaking, you wonder then that why is it that we prepare such good long-term plans and then we do not create strong institutions around them? Because if you don't do that, then you leave yourself open to opportunities to deliver roadside sort of declarations. But such roadside declarations do not have a place in any plan. So what mechanism do you have to finance such roadside declarations if you have a script for development? So Vision 2030 was a script for development, and it had a secretariat. And that, when we talk about institutions, we are talking about they need to have strong institutions around the various flagship projects. You need to have a secretariat. We used to have a Vision 2030 secretariat. Everybody knew about it, So what happened to it? As soon as that secretariat disappeared, a lot of things that were supposed to be delivered via Vision 2030 did not materialize, or actually went into some, spatial whatever.
When you say that the secretariat, did you say they disappeared?
Well, I mean, do you ever hear about Vision 2030 Secretariat? It used to be a very common...
Because I believe the CEO is still... We have...
Well, I mean, do you ever hear about it?
They could be there.
They could be there, but is it active?
We can just ask one question. I mean, how many government agencies are making decisions every day that come out in terms of big projects and investments?
Contradicting.
And has no reference.
And no coordination.
Coordination.
Kuna watu hapa tunalipa mshahara ya bure. Hivyo ndivyo tunasema.
That's not really it. Abana. The discussion that we're having here pits two entities: political dispensation and convenience, and something that is planned and documented for long term, meaning a structure that you must follow.
Yes, absolutely.
What we are seeing is people acting outside that particular structure.
Yeah. If you have, if you're a drama, and I think City knows this very well.
He used to drama.
He used to drama or dramatize. So if you have a script and you've taught your cast, you've taken them through the paces and they've memorized everything they're supposed to, what happens when they go to the stage and they don't follow the script?
There's chaos.
Absolute chaos. You cannot return from those chaos. People will, in fact, have stage fright because they've lost their lines. But it seems that we don't see it that way, because when we create a script, it means that those are the most strategic things that we want to do in the Republic of Kenya over a period of time.
I have a question on the LAPSET, that Lamu Port, South Sudan, Ethiopia corridor. How much of it have we actually completed? I know we were told, I think yesterday by the government spokesperson, that we have three berths currently out of 26, so we have 23 more to go. I would think that in the last, how many years of Vision 2030? Like 22 years or so, that thing should have been, at least we should have been halfway by now.
Well, I think as a follow-up to the question of how do you implement long-term vision and what institutions do you create around it, I think we need to begin there so that then we can ask this question: how has Lamu panned out? Because if we had 10 projects in Vision 2030, that means they were macroeconomic projects of strategic national interest, and that we needed to have followed them to the letter, because they have huge economic implications for the country. And such was LAPSET, because LAPSET is not a place-based project. It has it's a regional project.
Yes.
This is a project which would allow Kenya to impact the whole of southern Sudan, southern Ethiopia, and northern Uganda, for example, probably even DRC. And it would have a very huge impact on the development and urbanization of northern Kenya, for example. So that was the reason for LAPSET, okay? Yes, but did we create a strong institution around it to be able to deliver? Of course, I mean, we've been able to deliver 3 berths at Lamu. But if really we wanted to drive Kenya's economy strongly, we should have put more effort on Lamu, because Lamu would have been the second axis of urbanization in Kenya, as opposed to the first axis of urbanization, which was the Kenya-Uganda Railway. The Kenya-Uganda Railway was the first system to create the urban system in Kenya.
Yes.
And the urban system that we have today, and the concentration, the largest human concentration in Kenya is along the railway line. So Lamu was going to be the second axis
of urbanization.
And with it, a huge economy would have been thrown up.
I actually didn't think of it that way.
No. For sure, it was going to happen. I mean, the potential of Lamu is different. The Kenya-Uganda Railway was an agricultural extraction railway. But the Lamu Railway, LAPSET, is a totally different thing, because the mineral, the potential, the economic potential in that corridor is completely different from the agricultural potential. It's limestone, it is copper, it is gold, it's a whole lot of things. And of course, I mean, again, it's a gateway to Sudan, it's a gateway to Ethiopia. So it gives Kenya a huge advantage in terms of logistics. But why did we not give it the institutional capacity that it required? Why did we not give it the financing that it required?
How was the funding for it going to be done? Was it a collaboration between these countries that were going to benefit from?
Well, initially, I think there was something like that. There was, and I think there are people who can speak to that better.
Okay.
It was, when it was launched, all those countries actually came in Kenya for the launch.
Yes.
So it was a regional project, okay, without doubt. But after that, the institutional arrangements were extremely weak, because I know that from the fact that we suffered the same problem in Konza, because we did not have our own finances.
Konza is part of Vision 2030.
Yes, it is. It's
so
just like Lamu.
City.
Yeah.
Okay.
No, Tatu is not. Tatu is a private entity.
All right.
So Konza and Lamu are the same. Lapset, to be more specific, in terms of model, they did not have their own finances, so they depended on disbursements from participating ministries. For example, if it is a technical project, it requires water, electricity, transport, and so on and so forth. So those ministries would provide a bit of input. And that cannot be guaranteed, because the budget process is very complicated, and you cannot get the amount of money that is required to move a project of the magnitude of Lamu, Lapset, to the level that...
So when we were instituting this thing that we are calling the Secretariat, the Vision 2030, that thing, did we have a consultation, a collaboration with these member countries, South Sudan, Nani, Ethiopia, so that even as we are forming this Secretariat, they will have their input so that we can actualize this dream?
The Vision 2030 Secretariat was a different arrangement. It was supposed to coordinate all the flagship projects and so on and so forth.
Yes.
Probably find the necessary financial and human resources required, and any other thing pertaining thereto. But the Lamu project, for some reason, seemed not to sustain the interest of the other countries. But it wasn't them that needed to do something about it.
Yes.
It is us who needed to see what advantages it gives to Kenya. Okay? It is us who were supposed to create a strong institution around it to make sure that it is implemented in the manner that it gives Kenya the advantage.
Because we were to benefit more than even
Kenya was going to benefit more in terms of logistics.
Yeah.
Okay? And that is the reason why it was being put up.
How do we drop such a ball, Tom?
Okay. For me, I look at it this way. When politics enter into space of national governance and development, it does not stop to pursue personal interest. We should not assume that politics, just by virtue of now getting into the space of national governance and development, it sort of sheds off the personal interest. It will pursue that. So how do countries do? It's the way you institutionalize your vision.
Yeah.
So if you have a vision, that vision must be strongly institutionalized to constrain politics from diverting from the vision. Yeah. And because politics is known to pursue interests. Yeah. So the institutionalization of Vision 2030 is where the weakness, in my opinion, is. Because it allows government sector to in terms of rhetoric, to continue to tell us that we are operating on the basis of Vision 2030, while majority of decisions that are being made have got nothing to do with Vision 2030. So that is a lesson that we must move to, because the strongest, if you look at Singapore, for example, is one country that I've visited and know about. Their vision is not that their vision is something out of this world.
Yeah.
The strength of Singapore is the institutions around their vision. They don't have the kind of fragmentation that we have, that you have so many institutions doing things. They have got a lot, very, very few institutions. They have got a lot of integration. Yeah. So you find that when you move into within government sector, even as a visitor, they start talking about their vision, and you find that there's no conflict. You see? Now, here you would find that the vision remained more or less as an instrument by which the economic planning and ministry it was like a sectoral plan, whereas we should own it as a country, and the way it is institutionalized, it should be institutionalized to the extent that even our own governance, is structured up to the lowest level, spatial level, to always speak to that vision. Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
But what,
that's a fundamental gap that we have. So when you have institutionalized it, it means that the resources, when you are making decisions about how resources move, then you are also informed specifically by this. All the flagship project that Patrick is talking about, Lamu is probably a better one. All our border cities were part of the flagship projects. They were supposed to be. These are the economic bridges. These are the economic bridges. None of them has been done. Then there's all the 6 metropolitan, counties, metropolitan centers that were identified in the vision. Apart from Nairobi, they have not worked on any.
But
so you ask yourself, why were they flagship? And why, if you fail in flagship, remember, flagship is the catalyst. Yeah, flagship projects are the catalyst. What you need in order for that change to start. They are the things that will trigger the change. Now, if you fail in the flagship, how would you then move the vision?
Okay. You were to add something.
Yes, I'm thinking. Look, if you prepare Vision 2030, like we asked experts from countries that had done these plans before to help us formulate these plans. So when we selected our projects, we knew that they had a certain macroeconomic impact. They were not selected at random. They were all economic projects. They were supposed to generate revenue for Kenya. Konza was supposed to generate revenue for Kenya. It was supposed to bring in foreign direct investment. That port in Lamu was supposed to generate revenue for Kenya. In fact, let me tell you, as we speak now, if we had prioritized Lamu, Kenya's economy would have long changed, because after the Kenya-Uganda Railway, the next big project that we can actually implement is that Lamu port. But how much do we look at it as a macroeconomic project? And again, last time we were here, we said Kenya's biggest problem is the lack of looking at economic strategy. And the politics is around local politics rather than looking at how to generate an economy or the infrastructure that helps Kenya to be a regional hub. And I always talk about Kenya losing opportunities, missing opportunities to be a regional hub, either not doing the right airport or doing the right port. Because Kenya is not poor, but Kenya does not implement its strategies. And that is where we need to go back. If we are reviewing the impact of Vision 2030, then we must begin to ask ourselves, how did we come to this point? We selected very good macroeconomic strategic projects, but then we did not implement them because we were diverted into other things. We were diverted to building small political projects in the countryside at the expense, and City is laughing, at the expense of the macroeconomic strategic projects.
Yes.
And even now, as we speak, I dare say we are still very weak on seeing our strategic economic installations. So we must go back and ask the question, what could we have done better? In terms of the Vision 2030 flagship projects. Even as we begin to think about 2060, we must know what we didn't do well, because we can think about 2060 when we still have 3 years before 2030. What can we do well? And what then does the Dangote entry into the port of Lamu give us in terms of an opportunity to do that which we did not when we had the opportunity to?
Is there a legal framework in which we anchor these special plans? Is there an act?
You ask a good question. I don't know whether that, but the question me and him have been talking about is, do we even have strong institutions around each one of the flagship projects? In fact, that would be for me the bigger question, okay? Because the planning can be done within the existing planning framework with all its legal problems and weaknesses. But for me, the critical question is, did we build strong institutions around the flagship projects? And I can tell you no, because we had problems even having a Konza Act. Okay? It took us up to last year to get Konza Technopolis Act. I don't know whether LAPSET actually has an institution that is anchored in the law. So that means that the institutions we created around we did not create around our flagship projects, did not help us further our objectives of building those flagship projects.
There's an act, a 2019 act, the Physical and Land Use Planning Act of 2019.
Yes, indeed.
It is broad.
Yes.
I understand. But
yes,
when you talk of spatial planning, what you're doing is you're operationalizing some of the dictates of that particular act. See, again, why this discussion is absolutely critical is because it isn't even understood that county governments were also supposed to come up with their spatial plans. They were supposed to understand what it is that the direction in which they hope to take their plans. Because we talk of LAPSET, but we can't talk of LAPSET without talking about the Northern Corridor.
Yes. We do have some of those things. I mean, counties do have their spatial plans, but whether they integrate national plans is again a question that we should ask. Because when we go to a place like Lamu, then the question becomes: is the county of Lamu capable of executing a project of the magnitude of
no,
LAPSET?
It is not.
It is not.
That is a national government project.
Yes, but it is based in a county called Lamu, and the city of Lamu belongs to the county government of Lamu. So you do need an arrangement that allows the national and county governments to work together on the port of Lamu, because it is inevitable.
Kwani, what is needed for us to say that Lamu is capable of executing this huge project?
What is needed?
Yeah. What is the hallmark of a
we've been talking about the need to create strong institutions around flagship projects. Essentially, what we are saying is one of the things we missed in 2030 Vision 2030 flagship project is institutions, strong institutions anchored in law with proper structures and so on and so forth. When I joined Konza, we did not even have a strong institution. We depended on government departmental support from various technical departments. That is the same model that operated at LAPSET. They did not have a strong institution around LAPSET. They depended on technical ministries, both for the technical input and for the financing. And I think that still remains largely a problem, and we need to sort it out. But again, then there's the other question about the coordination between national and county governments. And these arrangements are all still in abeyance. I think that would be a correct way of putting it.
Let me give an analogy. The urbanization is like a free spirit. is it moves. It has got dynamics that are sometimes they can generate negativities. It can also generate. It also creates opportunities. Urban development is the response to urbanization. Urbanization takes place, and it's a free spirit. It will happen, and it is a global process. The only thing you can do is that you must harness it. How do you harness it?
That's where the planning comes in.
That's where the planning comes in. So urban development is the focus of planning in response to urbanization, so that we are leveraging this urbanization in order to attain the transformation that we need, in the context of Vision 2030. So it means that we must see how the architecture of institutions around urban development, in order to see that are we prepared correctly to implement Vision 2030. So if you look at the urban development sector, you will find that we are struggling. We even dismembered the municipal system that used to be there, and we never replaced them with anything. We replaced them with what we call a board. Yeah. Now, the critical thing for us to implement Vision 2030 in the context of urban development is that you must create financial and governance autonomy. If you don't create financial and governance autonomy, there is no way the entity we call Lamu is capable of contributing to Vision 2030. Yes, because like we said, the Vision 2030, when you achieve it, is the aggregate of what Lamu has brought, what Kisumu has brought, like that. So they must give them financial and governance autonomy.
Yeah.
What do we have now? We don't have that. Okay. So when Patrick is talking about, for example, let's look at the investment that is going to be there. Patrick probably has more information than I do. Look at there is a huge investment.
Yes.
Now this investment is going to spur serious.
This is of the refinery.
Yes. There are going to be two dimensions of that change: economic and spatial. Yeah. Now, spatial require very strong governance to achieve objectives.
Yes.
Yeah. Whereas economic is pure policy. If you know the policy is okay, you are implementing policy. So economic is easier because the policy can drive it.
Right.
But spatial requires very, very strong governance institutions to work.
Because it is in territory.
Because it is in territory. It's in a contested territory. But again, you cannot attain sustainable economic transformation that is divorced from spatial. Yeah. So spatial and economic transformation are intertwined. You cannot separate them. And that's why I'm saying when we go in terms of legislation in the future, we must look at like what the law that City was just talking about. We must see how we structure our legislation architecture to see the two connections between these two, so that you do not approach them as sectoral issues. The moment you approach economic transformation through sector priorities and planning through and spatial planning through sectoral priorities, you are not going anywhere, because they are so intertwined that if you don't, chaos is what will come out.
But Siti, let me answer your question now that Tom has dealt with aspects of the spatial dimension of economic planning. So when Vision 2030 was crafted, it became very obvious that we needed to have a spatial plan, and that is how we created the National Spatial Plan, because there was a disconnect. Vision 2030 is an economic framework, but it doesn't speak to the ground. So you needed to bring a plan into being that could speak to the spatial dimension of Vision 2030. That's how the National Spatial Plan was done, and I participated in it. So that partly answers the question that he's talking to. And that also now brings us back into the Dangote question in Lamu, because we are saying, look, we are coming to the end of Vision 2030. We did not implement it because we had weak institutions. We did not have a proper financing mechanism. So we did it piecemeal. And we asked investors to help us build the ports at Lamu, the Chinese input into Lamu. Then now, what is going to happen is that for us as urbanists, we are more interested in the urban dimensions, because we have contested the depiction of Vision 2030 of the urban sector as a social sector. And we're saying, no, it's not a social sector. It is an economic engine. The urban areas are economic engines, and they must be, in the next dispensation, treated as economic engines. And then you come to the idea of Lamu and Dangote. Dangote's entry into Lamu is something that we probably are not prepared for. I will say it again. We probably are not prepared for, because we are talking about Dangote. In Lagos, Dangote has invested in 2,500 hectares of land, which is like 6,000 acres. So if Dangote comes to Lamu, and in Lagos he's producing 650,000 barrels a day. In Lamu he's going to produce 700,000 barrels a day. Okay? The data is there. So what preparedness, City, do we have in terms of planning, in terms of logistics, in terms of all these things to accommodate the Dangote arrival in Lamu? And I think we need to think very seriously about it. We really need to think seriously about it, because we are not ready to accommodate a new municipality of 150,000 people in 5 years. That is the amount of growth that is likely to take place in Lamu. The amount of engineering works, that civil engineering works that is going to happen there, the amount of investments that are going to happen there in terms of housing, in terms of refinery. In Lagos, the Dangote investment includes a 435 megawatt power plant, which means this facility will have so much in terms of the different things that it produces. The value chain around the Dangote refinery is something you cannot countenance. You cannot even imagine. Because on the one hand, there's the potential of a 435 megawatt power plant. There is not a single power plant in Kenya today that has the capacity of 435 megawatts.
What is our most or highest that we have?
I think something like 200 or something like that. Yes, but not one single plant. Okay? But that is just a byproduct. It's not even the main activity of the Dangote, business.
Tom, you want to tell me that hatuwezi ongeza watu hizi 5,000 acres tuzifikishe hiyo 6,000 acres, and then hapo kwa power production, see, it's something we can sort between now and the time this.
For me, that's not what we're saying. For me, probably that is not. But the most important thing is that the strategy itself, or the proposal itself, is blind without a spatial plan. Yes. So how are you going to govern such a huge investment
coming at once?
What preparation? What kind of preparedness
do you have?
And one of the fundamental things that you must have on the table is that you must be able to understand how the entire ecosystem of Lamu, a facility like that, and Lamu, and then have a spatial strategy that will then accommodate this, including the other needs that comes with this investment. That's I can tell you that I don't think Lamu has that spatial strategy at the moment, but that is fundamental. Otherwise, everything we are saying is blind until we generate this. And that's why I'm saying that there is always we must always look at that the economy, the economic and the spatial are so intertwined that you can actually miss your target simply because you are treating them as sectoral issues. Yes.
Because I was going to ask then, why did Dangote choose Lamu? Because I'm sure he was advised by someone.
Yes.
That's not even a problem.
Potential is there. Potential is there, and probably feasibility is also indicating that this is a possibility. There's opportunity to do this here. But now you have to go into the real working detail.
Structure kitu.
Yes. And we are, some of the plans that Patrick is telling you, spatial plans that counties are making, they are not instruments that can support decision making.
No. But much more importantly, we are saying it is an opportunity. But the question is, in fact, for me, I cannot see another opportunity like this one in the next 100 years. And I want to be quoted here. I cannot see another opportunity. The first opportunity we had was 100 years ago with a train, 125 years ago, 30 years ago, with the Kenya-Uganda Railway, the Lunatic Express, 1895 to whatever, 1902. Okay? That was the one. This is the next one that Kenya will see in a century. How are we prepared for it? How are we prepared for it is the issue, because if you're going to have a port in Lamu, a refinery in Lamu producing 700 barrels of fuel, crude fuel, every day proposed in Lamu, what are the implications? If you're going to have 1,100 kilometers of sub-sea pipeline for crude supply, if you're having 60,000 proposed employees in Lamu on top of the existing, what preparedness do you have for housing, for expatriates, for infrastructure, hospitality? And which means that Lamu is transforming from a mere port city. First of all, it was a heritage city. Okay? Historical site, UNESCO. So its functions are doubling up. The port is the second function now. The capital city of Lamu County is the fourth function now. The oil refinery city, Dangote City, is the fourth function now. So how is Kenya? And it is not a Lamu problem anymore. It is a problem that must be dealt with by the Republic of Kenya.
Let me just add something that I wanted to say about this spatial. The reason we are talking about spatial here is that when you have that level of investment, the level of detail that you need in a spatial plan is such that it is able actually to guide even the infrastructure investment that can support that kind of thing. So it means that, of course, right now there must have been some discussions as to who puts the infrastructure that will support this. Now, how do you do that infrastructure? Doing that infrastructure, you must be preceded by a detailed spatial plan that already understands how how a refinery works, and all other land uses that it need to interact with, and how is that laid out? How do you connect them? How do you move so many things? There's a lot of logistical issues there that you are looking at. You're looking at the ecotourism that you still need to preserve. That part of the plan, in my opinion, is not just a normal Kenyan.
It is a very complex
plan. It's not
plan.
a normal Kenyan spatial plan.
It is a very complex
much more
plan.
detailed spatial plan. That will actually support decision making on a day-to-day basis. That there is no way it doesn't leave room for some guesswork. In terms of how this will be done up to the end. Basically, that's what I'm saying.
But that also requires an immediate review of the institutional arrangements, existing institutional arrangements. The spatial plan for Lamu is a very complex plan because it is in a very delicate ecosystem. And a lot of the activities that are envisaged around the Dangote plant are activities that are very sensitive to the environment. So you've got to think about the institutional arrangements around it. You've got to think about how you're going to finance it. You're not going to leave anything to conjecture or to speculation. As government, we must make a firm decision to do all the infrastructure investments just the way we did for Konza now, so that our investor can have the confidence to come to Lamu and find the necessary facilitation that is required. Because it is to our advantage as a country to do so. Okay? Because it is the one investment that is going to have a huge macroeconomic impact on Kenya's revenues. And so you cannot leave anything to chance. And therefore it gives you an opportunity to mend the mistakes you made in the past with regard to the implementation of LAPSET.
I see here in this table you've provided for us, you're talking about second axis of Kenya's urbanization, demographic changes in the north. So hapa kuna Lamu, Garissa, Isiolo, and Lodwar. What's the impact on these particular towns?
Well, I mean, it's very simple. We said that the Uganda Railway created Kenya's first urbanization.
Yes, it did.
So this railroad, it's a highway and a railway. is going to create the second axis of
Along
urbanization.
this
along that
particular
corridor.
Yeah.
Okay, so that corridor is going to open up a lot of. In fact, we've mentioned those as the principal ones because they exist. But they are rudimentary towns. They will become better towns. They'll become cities because they'll be on that corridor. There'll be tourism. There'll be a lot of things.
Yeah.
Okay. But new towns that we do not know of at the moment will sprout, without a doubt. And there will be a lot of movement from the current railways, area of concentration, and then people will find employment and opportunities on that huge new corridor.
Yes.
And you can imagine the kind of impact that has on the economy. So we're saying that also helps to redistribute population in Kenya.
Yeah.
That builds a new urban system in Kenya. And that urban system is not an agricultural, that's not an agricultural corridor. It is a mineral corridor. And it is a gateway to to Sudan and Ethiopia. And therefore, there will be a different economy along that axis.
Will it help industrialize some of these places?
Absolutely.
It will, because you see again, like we talked about that polycentric economic framework. It included that corridor, the LAPSET corridor, and that LAPS corridor also has a central corridor which includes which connects to Nanyuki, Tui, Mwingi, back to Nairobi, across all those ones.
Yeah.
Also up to Isiolo.
Yes.
So it is creating new corridors, but it's also changing this polycentricism so that it also has it also ensures balanced development. So that areas that were not privileged in the north are also part of that polycentric economic framework. This is how the Vision 2030 looked at it.
Yeah, because
consider, for instance, the gateway cities that we have in this country. Should they not also be considered for upgrading if we are thinking of special plans, the implementation of these plans with regards to, say, the Lamu port?
Yes, but that is the reason we've argued. If you think about cities as social entities, then you do not see the need to do certain things, okay? Yeah. But if you see them as economic engines, then you are likely to put resources into the infrastructure and services. What people don't realize that even retail trade alone in Nairobi gives, perhaps earns more revenue than any other county is capable of. But how do you create those systems? Because people don't think trading is an economic activity. There's more economy in Nairobi than social things, okay? And unless and until we begin to see those nodes, those urban centers as economic activities.
For the social things are a clear indicator of the economic activity.
Absolutely. Yes. Absolutely. Yes. I mean, that's the reason social things agglomerate around them, because there is better economy.
But also speaking to your question, I think that we may going to 2026, we can have a hybrid sort of system. 2060, we could be talking about a bit of a hybridized system where you have the polycentric economic framework and also a network, and this would be in terms of how do you support the polycentric economic framework in terms of infrastructure. And the infrastructure would be more to reinforce the urban-rural linkages, so that we are able to see the rural as the producers and of certain products and the urban areas as the markets for that. That strong connection, you don't find it in most of our cities. And then when you go to areas like, for example, Kisumu and Mombasa, you can just concentrate on the blue economy, isn't it? And they can work around that one. Then you have some that specialized. They must be specialized in something. So each region or each urban area works on what it has got competitive edge on. And that is the role that you give it as a contribution to the vision. And that is what was thought about. The major problem in this is, to me, is how this was institutionalized. Because the institutionalization is weak. And that means that the interpretation of the vision at various spatial levels was now weakened because you must create institutions so that when people are making decisions in Meru, they have the interpretation of the Vision 2030 and their local priorities, and that is matched with the national strategies. And then the government must also support how Meru as a county implements Vision 2030 that contribute to macro, not micro. Because the macro is the interest of the national government. So they must also support Meru as a county in terms of the elements of the Vision 2030 that contributes to the macroeconomic, policy objectives of in Vision 2030. These are the things that need to be brought on board. So the most important thing is that institution around it, and we can see places like Korea and Singapore. Their strength is not that Kenya is not the problem of not having the good blueprint. Kenya is the problem of institutionalization of this, so that we are able to drive it. That each entity of in our nation is working towards that. The last one that I wanted to bring is, which is also related to the Dangote one. This is a private sector initiative, and it has found us completely unprepared. So if we try to make Vision 2030 holistic, in the sense that we are very clear about the private sector role and the roles of the national government. So you would be expecting that the national government had prepared already for private sector to land in Lamu. Yes, if we were following that holistic approach. But you see now the private sector comes, that's when you are starting. That is
you're ambushed.
You're ambushed. That is when you are starting everything. Yes. It doesn't happen like that. By this, small countries like Rwanda
would deal with it differently.
Even small projects
deal with it differently.
They deal with very differently.
Very differently.
That they do not, because private sector will not go for speculative investment. It's only government that can do speculative investment, because government wants to stimulate private sector to move in. But a private sector makes rational decision. Is that location prepared to take up what I want to do?
I think this is the issue. This is the issue we must deal with, because we make reference to Rwanda, and Rwanda is a small country, but they are very methodical about things. They are very methodical. If City, for any reason, we find that we have an opportunity on our hands, what is our response likely to be? Are we likely to politicize it, or are we likely to professionalize it? Because
politicize
at this point, we need to distinguish between taking a political pathway or taking a professional pathway. Because at this point, we are looking at national interest. We're looking at national interest. We're looking at something that can change the GDP of the Republic of Kenya. Okay? Because the dynamics around the Dangote port is just something that you can't fathom. But then you need to be very calm and calculating about it. You need to start putting together a strategy that helps to bring infrastructure and planning to this place very quickly, so that Dangote's factory is not delayed, because that delays your income. You should be looking at your own national income. You should be looking at your own advantage as a country. But here is the biggest driver that you've been looking for a century. What do you do in response? You organize around it. You change your strategy. You find the financing that you did not have. Okay? Even if you must look for it from other sources, this is what you do. Because this alone can have a macroeconomic impact that perhaps the agricultural sector put together will not have in the next 20 years.
All right. Gentlemen, unfortunately, kama kawaida ndawambia time imeisha na hatujamaliza kuongea. But allow me to recognize a few folks here. Wangui, how are you doing? Tachi Kukisa, but I see you. Thank you so much. And then we have Onga Edwin. What does Vision 2060 say about sports? Sports is a multi-billion enterprise if taken seriously. Yeah, it's a good question. Steve Ndunga Mesema, good morning everyone. These two gentlemen are excellent, are excellently well informed, composed, and I like the way they are reasonably. Star Kenya na kuona Willy Kitala na DK habari yako. Thank you so much. Before we leave, I need to remind you that we have something going down in about a couple of days. Now, have you ever wondered what really makes Islamic finance different? That's a question. This week, we are breaking it down in 5 key words. And we are starting with that word called riba. That's the key word. So simply put, riba refers to interests, or rather interest, which is prohibited in Islamic financing. And so instead, Sharia-compliant finance focuses on things like trade, investment, partnership, and shared risk. So it's not just about avoiding interest, it's about how financial transactions are structured with an emphasis on fairness, transparency, and real economic activity. So there's an event going down on the 10th of September at Radisson Blu. So if you want to take part in that conversation, you definitely need to find yourself at the Islamic Finance Forum and Dialogue, which is going to be hosted by Radio Generation. And the theme is igniting growth in Sharia-compliant finance. So what to expect? We shall have industry leaders, financial institutions, investors, and SMEs who are going to be in the room. There will be a panel discussion, actually several of them, practical workshops, investment insights, and plenty networking opportunities. So the invitation is there and it's going out to you. If you want to be part of that conversation, get your tickets on langopass.com. langopass.com. Langopass, pass with the double S, langopass.com. And for more information, please call 0113 311-604. That is 011-3311-604. Sawa sawa. Hiyo ndio itakuwa nafasi kubwa tena sana ya kuelewa what Sharia compliant financing is all about. Patrick and Tom, kama kawaida, always a pleasure. Let's do this again, but for 2 hours. Na mukiitwa wana mkatae. Mukiitwa wana mseme atukuji.
As we are ready to rumble. We are ready to rumble for 2 hours.
If Edna calls you and she tells you, also it's between 8 and 9, you say, if it's not 8 to 10, I'm not coming.
Asante sana.
All right.
It's been a nice engagement.
Yes, indeed. Asante.
Yes, so much, yes.
All right. Let's do this again on Monday morning at 6 a.m. all the way to 10. Siti siwambia kwa heri.
Kwa herini.
Hi.
This is the Radio Generation News.